Welcome and good morning to the Foothills County Council meeting for Wednesday, November 5, 2025. First up this morning, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda for today. Deputy Reeve Ohl gives us that. All those in favor? Motion carries. Public Works, Engineering, Parks and Recreation. So I'll start with the round table. Councillor McHugh, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Foothills. And I have nothing to report from concerned residents and no questions of administration this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Sorry, nothing to report here either.
Thank you for that. And for myself, nothing. So I'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to put on the agenda, but certainly a big thanks to all the departments. They've all been working behind the scenes on Division 4. Lots going on. So thanks to everybody.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I will add to the Deputy Reeves' comments, and just as the season comes to a close, thank all the departments for a job well done right across the board. This county is in very capable hands, and I appreciate all the work you do, and appreciate it if you pass on our thanks to all your employees also, because they're the guys behind the scene. As I said to Mr. Weber, I saw a grader go by with the V-blade on and the wing plow on, and is showing signs of impending what's coming. So look forward to that season. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
And Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I have nothing to report this morning. Thank you.
Wow, we're going fast. Mr. Weberg, go ahead.
Morning, Council. Just a quick update on a few things that we're trying to get done here. So we're stockpiling gravel for the winter, getting our plow trucks and graders ready, reclamation on the gravel pit at Tosh. And I do have a report on the items that were auctioned off. We received $110,000 for 11 pieces of equipment. And one of the pieces has to go back into the auction, as there was a confusion on the bid. So, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and good morning, Council. Just an update on the Whiskey Creek Bridge culvert replacement. The first half of the culvert is to be placed today. Still aiming for completion by the end of the month. They were having some challenges with the creek there and some pump malfunctions overnight. So just pumping a lot of water there. Moving on to Greenhaven, the drainage improvements. We have some movement on site. They're working. Substantial completion date of November 21st anticipated. Hopefully the weather holds. It's good weather to get some work done right now. And the rest of my updates I'll say for closed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Manager of Ag, Cornelson.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Foothills County. And just congratulations all on your election victory, and thanks for stepping up to fill the role as councillors for Foothills County. Appreciate that. And just a little report here, weeds. Of course, there's not a lot of complaints on weeds right now, but we're working on a list of proactive spots to get to next year from what we worked on this year. Highways is coming to speak at our next Ag Service Board meeting to talk about weeds on our highways and their plans going forward. At our farm, we have some new trucks that we're putting decks on currently. We got our first one back this week, and the next one should be ready next week. And we are just getting, the Public Works to put stickers on them and stuff. Our new chem shed, we're building a little shed there at our site at at Alderside. And we are going to be putting, that should be coming up end of November. And our mowers were finished on October 30th. They were doing a second cut on some of our roads. And the crew is currently working, we're just getting into brushing season now. And they're currently working on 434 before we head out west. And so just some dates that are coming up. November 6th is tomorrow is our next Ag Service Board meeting. November 12th, we'll be hosting an EFP workshop for some of our farmers in our area. And let's see what else. December 1st to 5th, Bree and Kathleen and me will be going to Edmonton for in-service training. And then January 20th to 22nd will be the Provincial Ag Service Board Conference in Edmonton. And we'll be presenting 2 resolutions from our ASB from Foothills County. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Manager Porter.
Morning, Mr. Reeve. Morning, Council. Just a couple things for Council this morning. I do have item B1, page 3 of your agenda at Council's leisure. And also happy to report that the ice is in at the Scott Siemens Sports Rink, and there's games taking place there already. We also have been working with the extended fall, wrapping up projects and that for the year. And that's all I had this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we'll go to Director Solnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. This morning, just a quick update on the fire risk status. We're still currently at an advisory. Calgary Forestry area is showing moderate wildfire danger. They have no restrictions on. Forecast over the next couple of weeks shows some cooler temperature, and looks like there might be some rain on Friday. They're forecasting, which is nice to have. Our regional partners are pretty much the same. Rocky View's at an advisory. Falcon County's at advisory. Willow Creek advisory. Wheatland still has nothing, but I recommend that we continue with our advisory. Still have some dry conditions out there with the winds, so I recommend we stay at our current advisory level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Deputy Director Stapley, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. I have no updates this morning.
Okay, with that, unless you got something on the agenda, thank you for coming. And we'll go to Manager Porter. You've got item B1 on the agenda, page 3.
Thank you. Before Council today is a request by the Okotoks Agricultural Society for upgrades to one of their facilities. The Okotoks Agricultural Society submitted a Dumbo Recreation Board application for funding for upgrades for repairs to the existing pony shed. The Dumbo Rec Board reviewed this application and made the following resolution to refer to Foothills County Council for consideration because the Okotoks Agricultural Society and its facilities are outside of the Dumbo Recreation Board area. So with that, we're looking to council to approve or deny the request from Okotoks Agricultural Society for facility upgrades and repairs to the pony shed, with a correction of, instead of $11,655, the actual amount that their request is, once you subtract what they are contributing in cash, is now $9,875.25.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh, go ahead. I believe this is in your area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the Chair to Parks and Recreation. So the funds would come from where?
Through the chair to the floor. Those funds would be at the discretion of council. Some options could potentially be to authorize the Dumbo Rec Board to release funds to the Okotoks Agricultural Society for this project. They could come from municipal funds as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess just a point of clarification then through the Chair to Parks and Rec, how would this council proceed if it was seen fit to, we can't override the DRB, what would I guess, how would that work? What would that look like? Would we make a motion to council's blessing and send it back to DRB, or just curious how that would work?
Through the chair to the floor, you could look at, because the funds that are derived by the Dumbo Rec Board, you could authorize the payment of this request and request that Dumbo Rec Board utilize their funds to cover the costs.
If I may, thank you. So in the last point of clarification would be through the chair to Parks and Rec. So I believe the cutoff is 306 for the DRB area. So I don't know if we can pull that up on the map to show the rest of council, but 306 in Hebson is the boundary for the Dumbo Recreation Board area, which is kind of why this came back to council. And so it's a fine line, I guess we'll call it. But I'm just looking at the number of people in the Davisburg and DeWitton and actually the entirety of the area. So I guess I would speak in support of the motion to grant the request in some form. And the rationale behind that would be due to the community services that the Okotoks Agricultural Society provides as a whole to the Dumbo Recreation Board area where the request was originally made. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just going back to Councillor McHugh's question about funding options, certainly council could send it back to DRB with authorization to permit funding to come from outside of that recreation area. If council didn't want to do that, there is a recreation contingency built into the budget each year as well. There's $143,500 that sits in recreation contingency, and that's typically utilized for one-off requests from community associations that would be recreation oriented projects, capital projects typically, or it's also used as a buffer. So we have shared service agreements with 3 communities, Okotoks, High River, and Diamond Valley, and we share our cost based on use in each of those communities' recreation facilities on an annual basis. At the end of the year, there's a true-up process. So we pay based on budget. And then the following year in the first quarter, there's a true-up process. And we have to oftentimes send additional funds if those recreation services and our actual use for our community members exceeds what was projected in the budget. Oftentimes we actually receive a rebate as well. So this 143,500 sits there as a buffer for that, as well as additional projects. Currently, that 143,500 has seen $63,000 spent from it. So that leaves council with a balance of 80,262 if council wished to use the recreation budget rather than sending it back to the Dumbo Recreation Board. So that is available to you as well.
Okay, Deputy Revolt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a question maybe to Manager Porter, if you wouldn't mind helping to clarify to our council members. Essentially, what we see in support to the community associations and ag societies is really the face of Foothills County. It shows our involvement and interest in our community members. And this is a request that fits in line with what we've seen in the past from other organizations. Also, one of the things I think maybe you could share is how we have tried to equitably see a benefit to all of our communities, and also that we are tracking the type of support that we give. So maybe you might provide a couple of comments for everybody on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Through the chair to the floor, through our recreation boards and our agricultural societies, and as Councillor McHugh had stated before, they provide a service to our communities and act as a community hub for our local communities and the agricultural sector in Foothills County. With that, combined with the recreation boards, we did go through and try and make it equitable as far as funding across the board to our recreation board specifically in regards to funding that comes from the county. We don't see a lot of requests from our ag societies, but when we do, it's usually high dollar amounts, whether they've ran into troubles and that in regards to whether it be construction or failures of infrastructure, that sort of thing. So these requests do come to council from time to time. And this council has seen fit and that they are seen as community hubs and community assets and has granted requests in the past. Lots for infrastructure in regards to whether it be failures or cost overruns and construction projects, that sort of thing. So one of the thoughts is to make sure that when ag societies do a request, that they come through council so that we can keep track of how much Foothills County is contributing to the agricultural societies. Because there's also elements other than hard cash that we do for the ag societies. So we will go in and gravel their parking lots, grade their parking lots, pave parking lots, that sort of thing, snow removal at times and that in large snowfall events, that sort of thing. So there are those costs, and I think and that it helps council keep track of to know what the right hand's doing and from the left hand. So otherwise, we've had instances where they're going out and accessing funds, let's say from a rec board, from council, public works, that sort of thing. So I think it's going into the future and that it might be prudent that we do have the ag service or agricultural societies have their requests come through council so that council's fully aware of how much money we're putting into each agricultural society. From a recreation side, we can definitely track that for council and bring those requests to council. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh.
Okay. Through the chair to Parks and Recreation. Just, sorry, is there, it's not clear in the applications, the work is to be completed in kind by the Okotoks Ag Society?
Through the chair to the floor. The work will be completed by a contractor with in-kind donation as far as some volunteer time with cleaning up the facility before the work begins. As well, there's a $1,779 contribution, I believe it is, from the Agricultural Society for the project, which is approximately 15% of the total cost of the project.
Okay, thanks for that. So to the chair, it's the true spirit of Dunbow Recreation Board is to foster programs and help develop recreation projects. This is a capital request, and there have been problems with capital request expenditures in the past at DRB. So the spirit of the Okotoks Agricultural Society absolutely promotes activity, but being that this is a capital request, I think I would give you the motion to support the request and have it come out of the contingency fund from the municipality and avoid putting a capital allocation on the Dunbow Recreation Board. That's a little bit of a tough call, but that's the way I see it. I believe the DRB is in a very good financial position at the point and could probably support it as well. But due to the fact that it is a capital allocation, I would give you the motion to support the request from the Okotoks Agricultural Society out of the Municipal Recreation Contingency Fund. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And that would be for the 9,500 and 9,800 and 875. Okay. Councillor Elder, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly support the motion from Mr. McHugh. Not sure I agree with the capital side of it. These rec boards are certainly what he described, but a lot of those programs that they do need the infrastructure. So some of that money sometimes has to go to infrastructure. So I'm not too worried about the capital side of it, but I do agree it should come out of the emergency rec fund, that that we don't put the onus on the Dumbo Rec Board and dealing outside of the parameters of the Dumbo Rec Board. That could be brought up at a rec board meeting in the future, whether we want to expand or extend the area that it services. And yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I can't, oh. No one else? Okay. So we have the motion for approval of spending on this item, $9,875 to come from the recreation contingency of the county. And I don't see anybody else. So all those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Manager Porter. Okay, carrying on. Let's go to miscellaneous planning items. D1, Bearspaw First Nation Development Corporation, second and third reading, page 43. So there are four council names there. So under the MGA, as we learned last week, if you were not, those who were not present at the public hearing are not permitted to participate in the discussion or decision. So we will look to those four councillors. I'll just turn to Deputy Director Granson to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. So here we have a request for second and third readings on the land use redesignation from agricultural district to community commercial district on a portion of the subject lands. This is from Bearspaw First Nation Development Corp. First reading was granted on October 2nd, 2024, and all conditions of first reading have been satisfied. Those are listed on page 47 of the agenda in Appendix B. Do you want a little more information, or is that good?
Okay, oh, well, unless there's questions, I
A
think
little
that's
more
probably
background.
sufficient. Anybody like to start the discussion? Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have no concerns. Happy to give you the motion for second. Nice to see some economic development happening out in that area.
Okay, thank you for that. Second reading, Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I concur. After reviewing it, it looks like everything's in order and a lot of the conditions are onto development permit.
Okay, I don't see anything else. So of those four councillors present, all those in favor? Motion carries. So then we'd be looking for third reading. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Motion for third.
Okay. No further comments. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, subdivision approving authority. So I'd look for a motion to go into subdivision approving. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Sorry, and this is for all councillors. So it was just that one item. Okay, E1, Velting, page 49 of our agenda. Deputy Director Granson, go ahead.
Thank you. So here we have a subdivision approving authority application for subdivision proposing 2.08 acre lot. This is in Division 7. Land use redesignation was granted third reading on October 16th. First reading was, pardon me, October 16th, 2024. First reading was October 19th of 2022. So we do have land use in place. We are just requesting subdivision at this point, and there is a list of 15 recommended conditions for subdivision approval. I think that's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to clarify, even though not everybody was here for the public hearing, this is not, we're not acting as council right now, we're acting as a subdivision approving authority. So all councillors are part of this discussion. Okay, so this is in Division 7. Who would like to start us off? Anybody? I'd look for anybody to give comment on the subdivision. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no issues with this, and if all the conditions or with all the conditions that are in there, and if there's no other comments, I'll give you a motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely reviewed this as well, so thank you. I didn't see any issues of concern, and the recommended conditions are extremely comprehensive, so I have no concerns either, and concur with the motion to move it forward. Thank you.
Okay. So we have that motion to approve the subdivision as laid out. I'm not seeing anybody else, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, E2, Many Demoski, page 59 of our agenda. Deputy Director Granson.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So we have a boundary adjustment application to move 4.5 acres from the west property to the east property. So we do have a nice site plan here on page 67 of the staff report. The applicants do note that there was a previous application for subdivision of this area by the landowners of the west property. The neighbors to the east are now requesting to adjust that land into their property. So essentially removing 4.5 acres over. There's no buildings within that subject lands. Existing dwellings on both properties. So no changes to access, anything like that. And there is a list of conditions as well on page 62. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Can you just give a bit of an explanation on the public reserve piece of this?
Yes, certainly. So the public reserve is currently deferred on the western portion, so that's the larger property. When the eastern parcel was subdivided, they did pay municipal reserve on that portion. So basically the conditions recommend that we do collect municipal reserve on the entirety of that western piece. Basically, we'd be creating a parcel. Sorry, yes, 13 acres. No, yeah, so it's currently 13 acres. No, sorry. We'd be creating a parcel. The western piece would become 7 acres. So that would be smaller than, or a size where we would typically collect municipal reserve on. And the eastern portion has already been paid. So basically we're just collecting on that 13-acre parcel so that we have collector reserves on all the remaining properties, as there would not typically be opportunity for further collection or further subdivision. The eastern portion could potentially be re-subdivided, but deferred reserves, or pardon me, reserves have already been paid on the 7-acre piece. So that again is that existing eastern portion. Is that clear?
Okay, you bet. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is in Division 5. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a historical standpoint, as Mr. Granson said, the many tried to do a subdivision. It was denied because it was over density and there was some issues with roads and whatnot. So this is a great solution for them, and I'm happy that they worked this out with the neighbors. I was extremely concerned with the public reserves when I read that. A very large fair market value amount. It was quite concerning, and enough that I reached out to one of the residents just to make sure that staff had made them aware of how much this was going to be, and they were, and so I wouldn't say I'm fine with it, but this is an exorbitant amount, I think, for moving a fence line 220 feet in one direction, but again, that's the part of deferred reserves. When you defer over the years, it probably should have been paid up front. It would have been a lot less back in the day. That being said, everything else is in order, so I give you the motion to accept the, let me see if I better read it. That's the reserve request to the subdivision, choose to approve the subdivision. Nope, sorry. Boundary adjustment.
Boundary, okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Revolt, go ahead.
There it is.
Sure, thank you. After review, you can also see that the letters are included from both landowners, and this is a creative solution here, and no land use change will be in effect. It'll be same as previous, so I'm in support. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve the boundary adjustment from Councillor Alger. I'm not seeing anybody else, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. E3, Podeski, page 73 of our agenda. Go ahead, Deputy Director Granson.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So we have another boundary adjustment here. This is in Division 5. We have 111 acre parcel and a 2.79 acre parcel. We're looking at moving 2.97 acres into the smaller parcel, resulting in parcels of approximately 108 acres and 5.76 acres. There's, again, no existing buildings within that adjusted portion. For municipal reserve, I believe it is similar recommendation to pay reserves on that portion being adjusted. It has already been paid on the existing smaller parcel, the 2.79 acres, and would typically just be deferred on that 11 or 111 acre parcel. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Again, this is a family operation, so the lot belongs to the son and the parent parcel belongs to the parents. I remember when we did this subdivision, and as the letter state, they want to build a building on there now, and then now they have some utility issues that the building cannot be built within that parcel. So that's the reason for the boundary adjustment. I have no concerns with it, and happy to give you the motion for that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that motion from you. Anybody else? Not seeing anything, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. E4, Spangler, northeast of 6, page 85 of our agenda. Time extension request. Go ahead, Deputy Director Granson.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So we have this subdivision was approved on October 16th of 2024. So that subdivision has expired and they've submitted request to grant an extension to October, 1 year, I guess. So November of 2026. They do have several conditions of subdivision approval. I don't believe any of them have been addressed to date. They are all outstanding. We have a site plan on page 88 of the agenda, just illustrating a 4.25 acre parcel as a first parcel out of the quarter section. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, this would be the first time extension. And as mentioned by the Development Authority, this is the first parcel out to get the house out of the quarter. And I would give you the motion to approve the request to extend. Thanks.
Okay, take that motion. Anybody else? We have that motion to approve the time extension request from Councillor Alger. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Did I get that wrong? I'm sorry, that was from Councillor McHugh. Okay. Okay.
You got it wrong.
Okay, I think we need to get out of subdivision approving authority. So anybody give me that motion to Deputy Reeve All those in favor? Motion carries. Carrying on, F1 miscellaneous municipal planning, F1 Equitable Bank. Page, oh, we need to get, okay. Okay, what about minutes? I'll have a chance to review the minutes. I'll start with October 15th. So these were just circulated this morning. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve minutes? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you. I just had a chance to review them, and so I have no concerns, but I'll just wonder if anyone else has any other thoughts. Otherwise, I would move those minutes.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so we'll take that motion to approve the minutes of October 15th. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And October 29th. So that's our organizational meeting minutes from last week. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I went through these also, and I don't believe I had any concerns or questions, so I'll give you that motion also to accept these as presented, if there are no other concerns from anybody else. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also reviewed them and compared to my notes as well, and I didn't see any changes to that, so I support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve from Councillor Alger. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And accounts, I don't suppose we're ready for accounts yet. Okay. Okay, we are all set to go back to Equitable Bank. F1, page 90 of our agenda. So we will go to, I believe, Director Hammond. You have a few comments on this one. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Reeve, and good morning, Council. The report in front of you is as a result of Equitable Bank, who pays taxes on behalf of a few residents within the county, wanting to have their penalty waived. And the total we're talking about here is about $4,520. The reason why administration recommends that this is denied is that in conversation with the clerk at Equitable Bank, with our tax clerk here, she made it very clear that this was put in the mail on October 29th in their internal mail, and it never got processed internally till October 15th. Now, just to backtrack, the strike started on October 26th. The Canada Post strike started October 26th. Putting it in the mail 29th was fine. In their internal mail was fine, but they never processed it. So, clearly it was after the day of the strike, and they never even made the effort to either contact us to pay electronically, send it through EFT, or actually process it on the 29th, which would have still have which would show that it was post dated before the October 1st deadline. So sorry, September, it was put in the mail September 29th, not October 29th. Administration is recommending that council deny this one because they didn't make the effort to have it sent out or to put it in the mail in the post. Even though the strike was fully on, they could have just put it in the mail, and we'll have that. We will see, if you see from the attachment, you see that it was stamped internally on October 15th, way after the fact.
Okay. So on page 93, that stamp you're speaking of up at the top right-hand corner, October 15th.
Right.
So that was when Canada Post.
No, that was their internal mailroom.
Their internal.
Yeah. And not.
Okay. Okay. Anybody comments? or motion? Deputy Reeve Ol?
Thanks. Thank you for all that. I went through the information, but I also noticed that they stated it was mailed in September, but then the actual information states October 15th. So they must have made an error in that declaration of
Yeah,
saying that.
I think that's a little bit of misrepresentation there.
Thank you. So it clarifies it for me, and I see that we've made no error. So I would make that motion if you would, unless you want to speak to any other counselors first, I would make that motion to support the recommendation of our department. Thank you.
And that'd be to deny it.
To deny the request in support of the late payment everything being paid after the date.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Kendall. Microphone.
There's so many roll numbers here. Is this one individual or several or?
Through the Reeve, no, this is a bank paying property taxes on behalf of a few properties within the county. All those roll numbers are different owners that the bank is paying.
So one individual isn't paying 4,500. That's spread out over the.
That's right. It's spread over the number of rolls there.
Over about 10. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would these rolls be the result of like real estate transactions because we always get confusion with how taxes are paid through when people buy and sell and don't get paid, or is this just normal? I've never really heard of a bank paying.
It's through the Reeve. It's very typical for financial institutions to pay taxes for mortgages that they've given out to those. I think the mortgage rule is if you pay less than 20% of the less than 20% down payment, the bank gets to pay the properties for you just because there is a big liability there for them. And without having that down payment, if you default, they have it's in their interest to pay that, knowing that should you default or should the county decide to sell your house, they have their exposure covered. So it's very typical for financial institutions to pay taxes.
Okay, thanks for the clarity.
Okay, Councillor Estes, go ahead.
Sure. Sorry. Through the chair to Councillor Alger, I would like to reiterate what he's just said, that yes, mortgage companies will in fact take your taxes and divide it up over a year, and they will make the payments to a county or any other municipality for the people who they're holding the mortgage for.
Okay. So we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ol to deny the request. I don't see anybody else, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you very much for that motion. And on that same breath, I would like to get some direction from council on, so we have a number of tax rolls that we do. Now, these are not repeat offenders. We know that they pay their taxes on time, and we have the envelopes. When Canada Post reopened on October 15th, we have stamps on them from Canada Post on October 15th. We're going on the assumption that these were put in the mail between 26th when the strike started to the end of the month, to the 30th of September. And we'll like to get some direction. Administration feels those penalties, and I have a total here, it's about 4,800. We feel those penalties should be waived and not require them to pay because they were put in the mail, and Canada Post didn't really give us any heads up before the strike. It was just abrupt. And so we'd just like to get some direction from council on where to go with that. But our administration recommends that we waive those. because we can assume that it was put in the mail, and then when they reopened October 15, they stamped it.
Okay, I'll go to CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And 4 council members will probably recall a discussion that took place right after the strike was announced with Canada Post and our tax deadline was coming for October 1st. It was discussed with council that our interpretation would be similar to how we handled the situation going back actually to December and January of 2024-25 when another strike had happened prior to that. It's been our practice as staff when there's a strike and there is a deadline right in between there, that the envelopes, when they're stamped in the post office itself on the first day back from the strike, that we would acknowledge those tax payments as having been on time because they would have been likely delivered to the post office while it was open prior to the strike occurring. So this really is intended to just be a reiteration of that discussion with the prior council. We have 3 new council members now, though, however, so we don't need a motion, but I think we're just looking for council's confirmation if you still support that philosophy. That's how we'll proceed administratively. If there's questions about it, we would just ask council to let us know that so that we can schedule an agenda item to formally bring these back for discussion and decision. So I just asked Reg to bring this forward because we do have 3 new council members and that discussion took place with the prior council. So just want to confirm whether council's still okay with us proceeding with that administrative practice.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to express that we should be a little lenient. We've been through. This one was basically 24-hour notice that that's just unfair to be penalized on that. The previous one in December, there was weeks notice, I think, wasn't there, before of the pending strike, as opposed to this one just dropped the hammer and people got caught. So I think we have to have a little bit of leniency on this particular item.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Just still wondering if you could clarify again the number of payments and the amount. Do you have that summary?
Yep. So again, we're talking about about 18 tax rolls, and the total here is about 4,892.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be the penalties that would have been
So far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And were there any other issues with those payments? They went through without a problem?
Yep.
So there's no other issues. So
No other issues.
So I think in recognition of the surprise notice or lack thereof, and that they're stamped the first day back, it's obviously they were in the office and we're sitting there being banked at the time. So I'm in support of your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kendall. Microphone.
Through the chair to the floor. Is there a chance for a little bit of leniency? Let's say the post office didn't get it stamped on the first day back. What if it was stamped on October 16th? Just a question. Or is it just the day and that's it? Do you follow me?
So it was dropped in a post office box, but not grabbed and
So you're
stamped.
assuming that everything that was sitting there for 2 weeks gets stamped the day they return, but is there some leniency that, maybe a day or two, the 16th or the 17th? It's just a question, how much leniency? I mean, post offices are just people and mistakes are made. And if I had my payment sitting there and it's just a question for maybe a couple days leniency, but.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think that's a fair question. And the Canada Post is not fully up and running like they used to be. So I think it will, it's up to council, but I will strongly recommend that we look at it case by case. Now, if we have a repeat offender, if we have people who just are very known to pay their taxes after the fact, then there's a good chance that they probably didn't put it in the mail. the time they claim they put in the mail. But for those that haven't been involved in that practice in the past, I'm sure we can look at those. Administration can look at those, and if we have any concerns, we can always bring it to council. But I think a couple of days after looking at it, each case on its own merit will be fine.
Okay, go ahead, CEO Payne.
Yeah, and I was just going to suggest the check-in with council today is really just on prior direction from council. So administratively, we will follow that practice. If others come in that are stamped on the 16th or 17th, 18th, anything like that, we would bring those individually back to council for discussion with a report. And we would also make you aware if there's a history of non-payment of taxes or any other issues as well. So certainly if those ones come forward, those will also come to council formally on an agenda for discussion.
Okay, so I'm taking it we have support to continue with the previous direction. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Hammond. That was all? Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Okay, council, we're kind of caught up on a bunch of stuff. We have a public hearing in 9 minutes, so let's take a break and then we can get set up for that hearing. Welcome back. We will turn to our 10 o'clock public hearing. Tilden, Southeast 152119 west of 4. So I'll open the public hearing. Page 17 of our agenda. I'll turn to Mrs. Barrett to introduce council administration.
Thank you and good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.G. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Deputy Director of Planning Drew Granson, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just lay out the procedures for our public hearings. So first off, we're going to go to our planning presentation today. Mrs. Smith, Planning Officer Smith, will share the application with us. Then we will turn to the applicant and his agent, Mr. Tilden and Ms. Earhart. And after that, we will go to the public for them to provide their input, which whoever there is may be. And then we'll go back to the applicant for closing comments and back to the planning officer for closing comments. After each presentation, council will be awarded the opportunity to ask questions and help understand the application further. So with that, Planning Officer Smith, I'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
Good morning, new and returning council members. The application before you this morning is being presented by Agent Robin Earhart of Township Planning and Design, Inc. on behalf of landowners Breck and Tracy Tilden. The subject parcel, as depicted by the red star, is located within Division 7 and the Central District of the Growth Management Strategy. It is directly north of 306th Avenue East, approximately 550 meters east of Highway 2 and 145 meters west of 48th Street East. Today's application proposes amendment to the Country Residential District land use rules to allow for the future subdivision of one 2.27 acre country residential district parcel as shown in blue and one 2.6 acre country residential district parcel as shown in green, leaving a 14.64 acre country residential district balance as shown in yellow. The proposed 14.64 acre balance parcel contains an existing dwelling, 2 existing sheds, and a recently approved secondary suite detached, as well as a septic system. There is also an existing unpermitted CCAN, which is noted to be removed from the site. The proposed 2.27 acre lot has no development, and the proposed 2.6 acre lot contains an existing water well, which is proposed to be disconnected from the balance and utilized for this new lot. A new well is to be drilled for lot 1 and the balance. Should council approve this application, as per the Provincial Water Act, a Q20 report will be required to be submitted for the new proposed wells and the existing well. A revision to recommended condition number 3, as outlined on page 21 of your agenda, will need to be updated to state that proof of adequate water supply is to be provided for the proposed and balanced lots in accordance with the Provincial Water Act. The subject parcel is primarily flat with rolling terrain within the northern portion of the parcel. There is heavy tree coverage within the center to northern portion of the parcel surrounding the existing yard site. There is one existing approach from 306th Avenue East, as shown here. The photos on the bottom left show the existing approach location facing west and east from 306th Avenue. The application proposes that access to the 2 new lots and the balance be from a 30 meter by 30 meter road plan over the location of the existing approach, which is to be surveyed out. The county's Public Works Department has recommended that a cul-de-sac is to be constructed as per current road standards with a temporary easement access right-of-way registered for the portion of the radius for the cul-de-sac that extends past the 30-meter dedication area. In the event that this road was to be extended, this would allow for the temporary easement to be discharged in lieu of a road closure. This design allows for sufficient maintenance to be completed by the county. A maintainable road oil or MRO surface to match 306 Avenue East would be recommended. Road design for the cul-de-sac shall be submitted by a professional engineer with road cost estimates to the satisfaction of the county's Public Works Department. This photo shows an example of the cul-de-sac design with access right-of-way for the radius extending past the road dedication area, as shown with the dotted blue line. Public Works has also recommended that a 7.5 meter wide dedication caveat along both sides of the proposed panhandle for the balance is recommended to allow for the extension of this road for access should for future subdivision of the balance be considered. This is shown cross-hatched in red. Due to the topographical challenges of adding an additional future lot within the balance lands and impacts of developable area and setback distances to property lines for the two proposed lots, the applicant has expressed preference to avoid having this 7.5 meter road dedication caveat on either side of the panhandle to the balance, wishing to maintain only a 15 meter panhandle as shown on the site plan. Understanding that this would prevent adequate room to provide legal and physical access for a future lot. After review of Public Works comments, the applicant has suggested an alternative option for access, being to maintain the existing approach to the balance with the 15-meter panhandle and allow for 2 additional approaches to the proposed lots from 306th Avenue East. Historically, Council has supported applications which limit the number of approaches required from a municipal road. However, as the landowner does not wish to maintain that 30-meter panhandle to allow for further subdivision of the balance, this alternate option for access is shown here, removing the need for the road plan. Each parcel could have their own independent access from 306th Avenue East that would meet rural approach standards. Should Council support this alternate access, Public Works may require completing a site inspection to identify appropriate approach locations that would meet those standards. A revised site plan may be required as condition of first reading for this option. This photo was taken facing west towards the proposed 2.27 acre lot. This photo was taken facing southeast towards the proposed 2.6 acre lot. And this photo is taken facing north towards the 14.64 acre balance and yard site. To provide some history, the quarter section was originally subdivided in the 1970s and 80s, creating 8 20-acre country residential district parcels. In 1991, subdivision occurred, creating 4 3.08 to 4.6 acre parcels along the far west side of the quarter, as shown in green. In 2009, subdivision was granted to allow for 8 country residential district parcels and 1 municipal reserve lot with an internal subdivision road on the north side of the quarter, as shown in orange. And in 2025, a boundary adjustment was registered whereby 5.77 acres was consolidated into the adjacent 4.6 acre parcel to the northwest to create one 14.14 acre and one 10.36 acre lot. The application was sent to all municipal and external agencies. The county's Public Works Department recommends a septic disposal evaluation, building envelope, and lot grading overland drainage plans be completed for the 2.27 and 2.6 acre parcels as conditions of subdivision. As discussed, the Public Works Department recommends the cul-de-sac that is built to current road standards with access right-of-way surrounding the radius extending past the road dedication area. Further, as discussed, they recommend the 7.5 meter road dedication caveat along both sides of the proposed panhandle to allow for future subdivision. And further, a 5 meter caveat for road widening along 306th Avenue East. Alberta Transportation and ATCO Energy Systems, who were circulated, expressed no concerns for the application. This application was circulated to area landowners within 1/2 mile on October 15th and advertised in the October 22nd and October 29th issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel. One letter has been received prior to today's hearing, which was received after submission of the staff report. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Any questions for Planning Officer Smith? Go ahead, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Smith, I need some more clarity on this bulb. So Public Works wants the bulb built and then a caveat on it that it could be removed if there's further development on the balance. Am I getting that in my brain, right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, so it has to be built in the first place, but
yeah,
and then potentially would be brought back to just a piece of road should there be future development.
Yes, that's my
And
understanding.
then the bulb would be moved farther up into the.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I just wonder if you can confirm you did mention about asking additionally for condition on option 1 was to add proof of adequate water for both the proposed and balance. And I'm just wondering if I'm reading correctly, and certainly the applicant can help with this question as well, is I'm seeing a diagram that shows that the location of the water well is on the proposed lot 2. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'll go to the applicant and their agent. If you could start by introducing yourself for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Reeve Seward. We will share our screen here. Just one moment, and then I'll introduce myself for the record. Okay. Here we are. So my name is Robin Earhart. I'm with Township Planning and Design. I'm here today with Mr. Tilton, one of the landowners for the subject parcel of the land use redesignation application. Now, the purpose of the application before you today is to request an amendment to the country residential land use district to allow for the future subdivision of 2 additional country residential lots with the balanced country residential lots to be maintained by the landowners. The proposed lots are approximately 2.3 and 2.65 acres in size, with a balanced parcel of about 14.7. Now, the application represents country residential infill and is within the allowable density for the quarter section. The proposed the subject parcel is located east of Highway 2 and west of 48th Street, approximately 1.6 kilometers northeast of the town of Okotoks. It is surrounded by remaining agricultural parcels to the east and several country residential parcels along the Highway 2 corridor. There is existing access off of 306th Avenue, which connects to Highway 2, providing access to the regional highway. It is surrounded by existing and some future country residential lots, which have been approved and not yet registered. We'd like to review the policy framework for the application before you today. In terms of the municipal development plan, the proposed application aligns with the MDP's vision and policies for locating country residential development in areas that are already fragmented, and it does not impact any agricultural lands. In particular, it aligns with policies 1, 3, and 9 of the residential section in the municipal development plan. And policy 1 relates to the fiscal responsibility for directing growth. It also aligns with policy 3 that states proposals for residential parcels should be developed to be compatible with the surrounding area and existing land uses. And as you can see, and what we'll describe further, is that the parcel is located in an area of country residential parcels as shown in yellow. It also has no impact on the agricultural land use base. It efficiently utilizes the existing country residential land. It is designed to protect the natural features of the site, and the land is suitable for residential development as it's already designated for country residential use. The application also aligns with Policy 9 in that it has a suitable developable area within the lots 1 and 2, which we will demonstrate throughout our presentation. This is compatible with the surrounding residential context and the existing land uses. In terms of the growth management strategy, it is located in the Central District, which the growth management strategy identifies as being suitable for or is expected to see additional development and intensification, and is expected to be the sort of growth engine for this type of development. The Country Residential Land Use District establishes the development standards for the lots 1 and 2 and balanced parcel, and the application aligns with the development standards in that Country Residential District, including the parcel sizes, setbacks, and density. And it does not convert land from an agricultural zoning. It is to remain country residential. We wanted to review this zoomed in map a little bit to demonstrate the country residential parcels in the area and identify all the yellow here that you see. So this is a fragmented quarter section, and the subject parcel is surrounded by existing country residential uses. We are only adding 2 lots as country residential infill. It's contextually appropriate with the surrounding residential uses and lot sizes, and there are several existing country residential parcels in the area that are under 5 acres in size. This would result in less than 32 parcels in the quarter section, which falls within the parcel density in the land use bylaw for this quarter section. And the proposed application does intentionally restrict the site to only 2 new parcels. So as the landowners have identified that they don't want to see any future subdivision. Now I'm going to start with reviewing the access because it has evolved a little bit through conversations with Public Works and Administration over the last week or so, and it does tell the story of how we're getting to our preferred site plan that will be before you today. So originally, we proposed this site plan that you see before you, and this is the one that is in your agenda package, and it proposed the 30 by 30 meter road plan to be surveyed out and to have the private driveway via panhandle to the balance parcel. Now, this 30 by 30 road plan would have provided the legal and physical access for all 3 of the parcels, and the landowner had agreed to maintain that area. It was understood that the county would not be able to maintain it, so the landowner had agreed to take that over. However, through conversations with Public Works and upon their formal review of the application, as Ms. Smith outlined, Public Works has recommended a full cul-de-sac be constructed within that 30 by 30 road dedication area. The cul-de-sac was also to have an access right-of-way registered over the radius, extending past the 30 by 30 meter road dedication area. They have also identified the need for 7.5 meter road dedication by caveat to be registered along both sides of the proposed panhandle for the balance. And this would be to allow for future road widening to make a 30 meter right of way if needed. Now, this option, as you can see here, significantly affects the developable building envelope areas for lot 1 and 2. It reduces them quite significantly. With the access right of way and that 7.5 meter dedication, the setbacks are from those the ends of the property, from the ends of the access right of way and the road dedication. So it makes the developable areas on lot 1 and 2 much smaller. And for this reason is not a preferred option that we would be willing to move forward with. Therefore, we do have a preferred option, and through discussions with Public Works and Administration, it was understood that in this case, it would be possible to have accesses directly off of 306th Avenue, and this would meet county development standards. Each approach is more than 15 meters apart from each other, which is the minimum identified in the road standards. And it does have several other benefits for the proposed site plan. It simplifies the access to the lots. So there would be no need for an access right-of-way, no need for road dedication or future road widening, and there would be no need to build a full cul-de-sac and have these construction impacts and costs. It allows for the efficient use of the existing infrastructure where the driveway can continue to provide access to the balanced parcel and the 2 new lots can come off of 306th. And it maximizes the developable areas for lots 1 and 2. Therefore, we are requesting Council approve access by way of these 2 new approaches off 306th Avenue, as it is understood that it could be supported by administration and public works. Now that we've established this as our preferred design option, we will discuss some of the design considerations. So the proposed lots do align with the land use bylaw and they have suitable developable areas still. All lots will have direct legal and physical access off 306th Avenue. The proposed design capitalizes on this existing infrastructure and minimizes construction costs and requirements. This proposed configuration sensitively integrates with the existing development, does not impact surrounding uses, and there are examples in the area of other recently approved parcels south of 306 that have their own individual access off of 306 Avenue. The balanced parcel, as noted, will retain the existing residence, 2 small sheds, and the manufactured home, which is an approved secondary suite. The existing sea-can will be removed. It is there only to store personal goods while the landowners moved into the secondary suite. The existing water well is within the property lines of Lot 2, and it will be disconnected from the existing residence and will be used to service new development for Lot 2. New water wells will then be drilled for Lots 1 and the balanced parcel. And as noted, the northern portion of the balanced parcel is heavily treed and has variable topography, and it is the landowner's intent to maintain this in its current state and not add any future lots. Here's some additional views. So view 1, you can see, is looking south from the driveway along the proposed panhandle towards 306th Avenue. View 2 looks southwest towards proposed Lot 1. And view 3 is looking out over the proposed Lot 2 area. View 4 that you see here is looking north towards the existing dwelling. Just some additional images here showing the treed portion of the site and the topography and how the intent is really to integrate the home and the development with this existing natural vegetation and topography. So we also wanted to address some of the natural features on site, particularly in light of the letter that you would have received from the neighbor to the east. So on the Alberta Energy Regulator public one-stop mapping, there is no indication or there's no indication of formal drainage features through the site. You can see drainage courses are that light blue line, and there is one in the top left corner of your screen with in the northwest there. So as you can see, there's no formal drainage through the site. There are 2 marsh areas that are identified by this AER mapping, but these are not considered wetlands in the provincial system. The neighbor had concerns about overland drainage, that there was flow from the northeast or north and east areas through to the south and southwest. And you can see that there is a marshy area on the property line between the Tildens and their property to the east. And so we would like to note that the both of the parcels, Lot 1 and 2, will have the Sub-District A designation, which will require additional studies to be completed at the subdivision phase to provide and to demonstrate that they are suitable for development. And so one of the studies that Public Works has recommended already is the lot grading and overland drainage study, which would be completed to demonstrate suitability for development and mitigate offsite impacts. This marsh along the eastern property line, we'll also note, is within the 15-meter setback on Lot 2, and it does not interfere with the building envelope. We also wanted to show the elevations across the site. So starting on your left to the west, you'll see a dotted line, and that is the Tildens' existing driveway. Then the elevation follows the yellow line east across the proposed Lot 2, and then crosses into the neighbor's property. And the red that you can see, the dark red of the neighboring property, is this sort of subject area that is of concern. And then you can see the heritage barn that we've pointed out, which is approximately 56 meters from the property line. And As you can see by the elevation that the elevation profile on the bottom there, the lot 2 is lower than lower than the neighbor's lot. So the overland drainage and lot grading study will review this topography and any drainage in the area and to mitigate any potential impacts. The Tildens have attempted to reach out to their neighbors and they have not received a response, but they are committed to ongoing collaboration with them to come to a solution. In terms of servicing, so each new lot will be serviced by individual groundwater wells and private on-site septic systems. They do have suitable area for private septic treatment systems to be installed. The existing water well, as we've noted, on Lot 2 will be disconnected from the balance parcel and will be used to serve Lot 2. That lot was tested earlier in late 2024, and it has a flow rate of 10 imperial gallons per minute. New wells will be drilled for the well and the balance parcel, and we do understand that all will need to provide proof of water as condition of first reading. Now, the reconnaissance reports in the area that we've pulled do indicate that the groundwater has been recharging to suitable levels and that the wells in the area are producing sufficient flow rates to support residential development. So in conclusion, we'd like to reiterate that the proposed land use amendment is to allow for 2 new country residential lots within the country residential parcel. It is contextually appropriate with the existing land uses and parcel sizes. The application aligns with the guiding policy for the area in the MDP, the growth management strategy, and land use bylaw. It effectively balances the need for growth in the county while preserving agricultural land and maintaining the rural character of the area. Additional studies such as the private septic treatment system, overland drainage, and lot grading, as well as building envelope assessments will be completed as required. And it is the landowner's intent to invest and be committed in the community. They do want to live on this land and create it as a legacy property for their family, and selling lots 1 and 2 will help them to achieve this goal and stay in the community. And with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tilden, do you have anything to add? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Council administration, any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any just yet. So I'll go to, not Director Hemingway, that would be Deputy Director Granson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question about access. There was a comment about the number of intersections or approaches off of 306th Avenue. Was there contemplation of doing a common approach and a single approach potentially? Would the applicants be open to basically, if council supports that site plan, would they be open to working with Public Works to maybe reduce one of those? Or was that consideration made?
Through the reef to Director or Deputy Director Granson, we hadn't considered it yet. We thought that this was something that we wanted to discuss today, but I think if it would be council's direction, that we would continue to work with Public Works to figure out a way forward that it has the access is off of 306.
Thank you. If I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Got a couple more. Do you have a rough idea about the size of suitable building envelopes on each of those lots?
I don't have the measurements of what the actual building envelopes would be here, but with the 2.6 and a 2.3, we do think that it would be over the 1.0.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And just one more. I know the applicants have noted no desire to subdivide. Is there, just looking at the topography, thinking about future access to that north portion, if you only have the 15 meters, is there any alternative options that you've thought about potentially providing access to that north portion in the future? Because it is quite a large parcel. It may not be soon, but it could be in the far future. So we'd like to try to keep all options available if there is potential for further subdivision.
Through the reef to Deputy Granson, we have evaluated a lot of the options on the site, and the landowner strongly feel that this isn't suitable for development and they don't want it to be developed. So their preferred option moving forward would be to restrict it to only the 2 parcels. And this would essentially then be a terminal subdivision for this 20 acres. If there were to be future subdivision, there would only be another 1 lot allowed. So we don't think that it was particularly necessary or desirable at this time to completely reconfigure the parcel to allow suit for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant's agent on the, can you describe, could you describe what the overland drainage assessment would look like? I see that as a condition of for subdivision, but that it's pretty obvious that there's a big slough on the north end of lot 1 and 2 here. So I guess it's kind of putting the cart before the horse here, but a description of what the overland drainage assessment would achieve. Thanks.
Through the reef to Councillor McHugh, I wouldn't speak to what the overland drainage assessment would be because that's conducted by a professional engineer. But my understanding would be that it would review the topography and the drainage in the area, and it would assess essentially whether or not lots 1 and 2 could support this proposed development. And it would also determine any, I guess, mitigation measures that might be required to allow for that development.
Yep, good.
Okay, thanks for that. And through the chair to the applicant's agent, in consideration, if we do the 15 meters and there's no further development, have you had the discussion of reserves? Because that may not allow it to be deferred and there could be a substantial cost. And just curious if you've had that conversation. Thanks.
Through the reef to Councillor McHugh, yes, we've had that conversation and they are aware of that they cannot defer the reserve to the balance parcel and that they would be owing for the entire amount.
Okay, Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I just want to refer to some of the information you shared with us in relation to Lot 2. We do have a photo that was shared with us from the neighboring landowners. I also recall the diagram you did share with us with the topography showing us that it was a lower lying area for Lot 2. So I just wonder if you can explain the extent of the low area on is it just in the northern portion of Lot 2 or does it extend to Lot 1? Just wondering if you can give us a little estimate of where that occurs and then suggest that there's still building site.
Through the reef to Deputy Revol, I've pulled the topography sort of elevation here again. And so lots 2 and lot 1 are more or less along a similar elevation that we just didn't extend the yellow line across the driveway that would show that it is at approximately the same elevation. Some variation in the topography does occur sort of at that property line going to the east and also sort of northeast as well. It does sort of slope upwards that way. So there is the low-lying area where you can see it as identified here in the dark red, as well as that marsh area that is indicated on the provincial mapping system. But it is, I'll also go to, in terms of your question about the developable area, the low-lying marshy area is within the setback and it only encroaches about 8 meters onto lot 2. So that's within the 15-meter setback and it wouldn't interfere with the proposed developable area shown here that we can calculate for the building envelope.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I see that you're referring to the little sort of turquoise shape, but also when we look at the photo, it just helps for your description since it does look like it is quite expansive. So I appreciate you sharing that. And then I don't know, perhaps there might be other questions and refer to this one more time later on in the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a question I had, Ms. Earhart, when you were showing the different options there. So option 2, you showed the layout and you showed the building envelope and looked as though there was a house you tried to put on there that was over the building envelope line. So I'm just wondering, yeah, so there, that, what's the width of that building envelope that you've got there on lot 1?
To the Reeve, I don't have the calculation of what the actual width would be, but it is the width of the existing residence there. So we've basically just superimposed the existing residence and rotated it onto there to demonstrate that that sort of small house fits in the lot 1, but the garage does not. So if there's anything larger than this, it would require, relaxations to this, and we could find out I could calculate it for you, I guess, right here for you as well. I guess it's about 25 meters if you take 15 off each side, and it's 55 in width. It would be about 25.
Okay, yeah, no, that helps to know it's that same house just superimposed and put in. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Okay, couple of things, just to follow up on, sorry, from the, through the chair to the applicant's agent. Sorry, I'll get used to all the formalities eventually. Just to follow up on Reeves Seawart's concern about the size of the building lot. Given a lot of developments now want to see very large houses as opposed to very small houses, I would, as a generalization, I would say that is a big concern I have. The size of the lots, the building lots there, and the neighboring concern about the water drainage. It's not just this existing problem, which, as they've indicated in this photo, is definitely a problem as the snow melts. It's also the fact that whenever you develop anything, when you build a road, you change the topography. You just do. Nothing ever goes down, it always comes up with the roads, with the approaches, with the houses, with the garages, with whatever. So although this is what you're saying the topography is currently, development on those 2 lots is going to change the topography and it's going to affect the neighbors. But that's just my comments.
Through the roof to Councillor Kendall, to address your first comment about the building envelope sizes. Yes, in the option where the cul-de-sac would be required, the building lots, the building envelopes are quite small. And that's why our preferred option and what we're requesting approval of is for the approaches off of 306, because this allows for suitable development area. It allows for flexibility in where they build and what they build. So we think that that's the most suitable option to utilize the existing infrastructure, have minimal impacts on construction. They wouldn't need to build a cul-de-sac or build a road or have engineered drawings. It would be just the approaches off of 306th. So we do think that that is a more suitable option to address a lot of those concerns. And as for the drainage and the topography concerns, all we can show right now is what the existing topography is, and note that there will be an engineered study that is completed, and that in the engineer's assessment, they will have to demonstrate that any of the proposed development that occurs with the lock grading or any of the construction that happens doesn't have a significant negative impact on neighbors.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will go to the public. First off, I have a Breck Tilden. She's probably, I'm assuming, part of your team.
Sorry, could you repeat the
Breck Tilden? I have one.
Oh, this is Breck Tilden.
Breck.
Yes.
Oh.
He's registered just to join with me today.
Okay, sorry. Okay, then I will go to Kristen and Anita Sedgerson. See you online. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, we're here, Reeves Seward. Thank you for the opportunity and good morning to all the councillors. Just in reference to the point that Mr. Tilden has reached out to the neighbors in trying to discuss any development, he certainly hasn't reached to us at all. We haven't heard anything from Mr. Tilden. But with that, I'm just going to go on and ask the questions that I would like to have answered, please. So with reference to the new well that has to be drilled, what is the backup plan should there not be any water found on the new well drill? And there are consistently 4 to 5 acre lots adjacent to 306th Avenue between Highway 2 and 48th Street. So other than the rationale cited as being fragmentation as a good reason to have 2.5 acre lots installed, we are interested in the decision of why 2.5 acre lots are being proposed there. And what information will be distributed when the subdivision application is submitted, and how will the neighboring properties be notified of that? That concludes my question.
Okay, thank you for that. And we'll just leave that out there, and the applicant or the county representative can choose to answer that if they so deem when their time comes. Thank you very much for that. Next on my list, I have, I'm sorry if I don't get the pronunciation just right, Fafi and Nalisiwi Bambo. I see you online. You can go ahead and unmute and share. Mr. or Mrs. Bambo, are you there? You can just unmute, press the unmute button. There we go.
Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, this is Empati. I'm the neighbor on the other side. So I just have one question about I think about the 2.5 acres. I would say, what is it? Is it a new proposed law, or sorry, the English is my second language. So the 2.5 acres that are proposed, is it a new thing or what? The reason why I'm asking is because there was an application to subdivide a 5 acre in the same area, and then it was turned down 2 years ago. So is it a new thing now that you can do 2.5 acres?
Well, I think you can make application for whatever, but I'll certainly leave that for the applicant to answer when the time comes. Was there anything else you wanted to share?
No, I was just curious about that. It's not like I'm against anything here. So I just want the clarity, because the application that we did 2 years ago was turned down because the reason why we were given is that we cannot subdivide to 2.5 acres. But now I'm hearing that it's something that can be done. So I'm just wondering who's allowed, who's not allowed, because we had 5 and 5.7 acres and you wanted to do to subdivide to 2.5 and we were turned down. But it's not to stand against the application. I'm in support if you guys are in support.
Thank you for that. Deputy Director Granson has his hand up. I'll let go to him.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So just to provide a bit of clarification for parcel sizes and density. Within the country residential district, we do have a minimum parcel size of 2 acres, but that is also considered against the density policy, which allows for basically 1 parcel per 5 acres of parent, based off the parent parcel. So being that this is a nominal 20 acres, they would be within the density policy, they could have a total of 4 parcels at a density of 5 acres per parcel, but that doesn't define the actual parcel size. So basically having 4 equal 5-acre parcels would be considered the same density as like a cluster of 3 smaller properties with a larger balance. So in this case, they are proposing 2 smaller parcels within the permitted parcel size and leaving a larger balance. It would basically be the same, it'd be considered the same density as proposing 2 5-acre parcels on this lot with a smaller balance. Hopefully that provides some clarification on that parcel size. And just to clarify, with a 5-acre parcel, you would not be able to re-subdivide it because your parent parcel size would need to be a minimum of 10 acres. Again, you could take a 2 and an 8 out of a 10, or 2 equal 5s would be considered the same density.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Director Granson. Council Administration, any questions for Mr. Bambo? Seeing none, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm in support if the neighbor is getting this. Yeah, I'll be happy for him.
Okay, thank you for sharing. That's everybody that's on my list. Was there anybody else that wanted to share this morning from the public? No. With that, we'll go to closing comments. Start with you, Ms. Earhart, and Mr. Tilden.
Thank you, Reeve Seward. I think in closing, we would like to address some of the comments from the neighbors to the west. It was what we mentioned in the presentation was that the Tildens did try to reach out to the neighbors to the east. And it's my understanding they also tried to come to the house at the west, and maybe there was just not an opportunity for communication, but they are willing to have conversations and continue to work with the neighbors. They do want to be part of this community there. In terms of why the 2.5-acre lots are being proposed, those are to allow for the existing driveway to remain and to have 2 lots on either side of it immediately off of 306. So this was a design consideration based on the existing infrastructure, the vegetation on the northern property of the northern part of the property that they wanted to maintain, as well as access off of 306. And there is also a utility right-of-way that is registered on title, and you'll see it's immediately north of lots 1 and 2. So we could have extended lots 1 and 2 a little bit further north to have longer, skinnier lots if necessary, but that didn't significantly sort of benefit the developable area because of the utility right-of-way. So the size and the location of these lots really is strategic to capitalize on the infrastructure, minimize impact to the existing vegetation and area, and allow for these 2 new parcels on the 20 acres. In terms of the wells, I'll just touch on that briefly, that under the Alberta Water Act and as a condition of first reading, the Tildens will be required to drill wells and prove that there is sufficient water for the residential development. If in some case they are not able to prove water, then the bylaw will not receive second and third reading, is my understanding. And so the information, I think I'll leave the question about what information is provided at subdivision to Development Officer Smith to address for that. And just in closing, we do request that the site plan that we've introduced into council today be the one that is considered for approval, where the lots are immediately off of 306 Avenue. And we do recognize that there might be an amended site plan that would be required as a condition of first reading, and we would be happy to do that. We do think that this is a contextually appropriate and sort of sensitive design option for lots on this 20 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant or the agent? Seeing none, we'll go to closing comments from Planning Officer Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, to address the question regarding notification for subdivision, should this bylaw receive second and third reading, an application will be in front of council at that time with notification 3 weeks in advance of that. As the subdivision application comes in, notification is sent out to adjacent landowners and they would have the opportunity to submit letters. However, no appeal processes or other opportunities to express concerns would be available other than letters being written at that time. Thank you. And that's my final comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions for, go ahead, Deputy Revo.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just want to go back to the letter from the neighbors who were not able to be here, and they were just mentioning their concern. And you have spoken to that well. Thank you for that. Just wondering on the one comment they had stated on the lot 2 that they were concerned that it might be, in order to have a building site, that it would potentially have to be filled in. I don't believe that's on any of the reports that have been asked for what would come as conditions of subdivision or further planning that's necessary to find out these lots are buildable. But I just wonder if you can comment on that one, just in response to that one comment in that letter.
Through the roof to Deputy Revolt, just to clarify, you're wondering about how any sort of grading would be controlled on site? Because is that the question?
In their comment, they're concerned about whether that lot 2 would have to be filled in order to accommodate a building site, and that the drainage would then affect them coming onto their property. And in the conditions that are provided in option 1, there is the request of overland drainage plan and lot grading plan, and the others related to the water. I'm just wondering, in that, is there any intention to build up a site that would cause a change in the drainage that would be received on the neighboring property?
Through the reef to Deputy Revolt, I believe that the lot the lot grading plan would address this at that time. So it would be required, any significant sort of moving of the topsoil of the land that would potentially affect drainage in the area would have to be identified and captured in the lot grading plan. So if there was a need for moving the soil into or out of that area, the lot grading plan would have to identify and sort of mitigate any of those concerns as part of an engineered study stamped by an engineer at that time. So I do think it is considered in the conditions.
And thank you for explaining that. And just wanted to also further ask what the resident number 1 who had spoken today in today's hearing had asked a question about what a backup plan might look like if the well did not support the a requested amount from the Alberta Environment requirements. So in that, just to help the resident understand, if there was not sufficient water, what would be the next step in terms of moving forward with this?
Through the reef to Deputy Revolt, I can elaborate a little bit, I think, on the process for them. Yeah. So after first reading is granted, the landowners will be required to drill new wells on the balance and lot 1, and lot 2 will also need to be tested. So there will be a 24-hour pump test, from what I understand, to make sure that there's a suitable flow for each of the wells, so that it wouldn't be, so that it could provide water to residential uses. If one of the wells came back to demonstrating that it has a low flow, there is an option to install a cistern to have on the site so that the well could provide water to a cistern. That's not something that we have discussed, but it is an option. And essentially the sort of next steps and recourse is up to the driller, whether or not they can find water, improve water on the lot. And then if the water wells are not proved to be suitable, then it is up to council's, it comes back to council, and it's my understanding that they would not grant approval of the subdivision, the land use redesignation, if water wells could not be proven. Does that help? I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate your response to that.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a point of clarification. So through the chair to the Development Authority. So pretty familiar with this area, and it's when I'm looking at this diagram, it's the north half of this lot 1 and 2 are pretty much a slough. So what tools are available for council to get a riparian area assessment done ahead of subdivision, ahead of land use at this time?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. Council could consider any of these conditions as that are currently recommended as conditions of subdivision. You could consider them as conditions of first reading for the land use amendment application. That way they would basically need to prove that before granting the amendment, second and third reading. I believe, yeah, between the septic disposal evaluation and the building envelope, as well as overland drainage, those would encompass, typically would address the concerns if they do find that there's a high water table, if there's drainage issues on the property, whether those are considered as conditions of the land use redesignation, that would flag it earlier in the process. But that would basically be the best or the alternative process.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess through the chair to the Development Authority, I don't know that the overland drainage assessment addresses the concern of a riparian area. What other tool is in place that we can actually identify the riparian area that exists here with marsh and water and additional? It's pretty evident on the air photos.
Again, through the chair to Councillor McHugh. Yeah, we do have a riparian setback matrix model as well. If there was concern for, environmental factors, there could be a biophysical assessment done. Again, either as conditions of the land use or conditions of subdivision. If there are environmental factors on site, those would certainly identify them. I do believe that, if there's not necessarily biophysical concerns, but maybe just water table and drainage issues, that drainage and lot grading plan, as well as the building envelope. So within that building envelope requirement, they need to identify that there's a suitable location for foundation. So that if they do run into high water table, they may need to identify requirements for a slab on grade, for example, or just an elevated foundation. So there's lots of different tools that engineers can use to make a building site suitable. But that would basically be up to the developers to identify those and have a professional confirm those. Again, to council's decision is just dependent on when you want to see those reports completed, whether that's at the land use stage to maybe identify hazards earlier on or concerns earlier on in the process, or leaving them as subdivision as recommended here, which, potentially you get through the amendment process, you get your subdivision approval, and then you discover that there's a perched water table a foot under the surface that limits your building envelope. So there are kind of risks with delaying it, but it does give the applicants a little more surety once they, by deferring it, that they'll receive that subdivision approval. So again, it is up to council how they wish to, or when they wish to address those concerns.
Okay. Did you have more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair back to the Development Authority. I just need a little clarity on the difference between a biophysical assessment and an overland drainage. It's pretty evident from the pictures here. We don't know what year this is, but it's pretty apparent from the pictures from the concerned resident that this reaches right out to the well on lot 2, which is a lot further out than what is suggested by the AER. So like overland drainage easement doesn't help with proceeding in an orderly manner. That would be after the fact. So trying to address what the true marsh area is in this spot is.
Yeah.
Um,
Go
Through the
ahead.
chair to Councillor McHugh. I'm curious if we have one of our public works technologists available that can speak to the content of the actual technical documents and whether there's a specific report that would identify that, almost like a bed and shore report for the marsh area.
Okay, I see engineering technologist online and unmuted. Go ahead if you can add more clarity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve, and through the chair to Councillor McHugh. So through those lot grading and drainage studies, we would identify that slough area, as you mentioned, and exclude it from any building envelopes as well. The lot grading and drainage plans will identify the current conditions and how the property is currently draining and identify any requirements for grading to construct a residence on the proposed lots.
Thank you for that. Just looking at council administration, any further comments, questions before we close the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Thank you all for joining us, and you're welcome to stay in the back and or watch online or any other way in which you want to view the decision. Formal decision will be sent to you in the mail in short order. Thank you. Do we need to switch? Okay, we'll just take a short break, council, while we Welcome back. We'll go to C1, Tilden, Southeast 15, 21, 29, west of 4, amend CR, page 17. So this is the public hearing that we just finished. Anybody like to start us off with the conversation? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. Well, I wish this was as simple as it looked. Pretty evident to me that the north half of lot 1 and 2 are involved with a riparian area and a slough. So in order to consider moving forwards on this, lot drainage and building doesn't really give me a lot of comfort. That implies that you're moving forward. I would be looking for a biophysical assessment to make sure that this is worthy of moving forwards with. Lot 2 looks like it's going to be, I don't think there'll be a building area left. So I don't know that there's a point in going forwards without having that assessed first. In addition to that, I'm not in favor of multiple approaches on 306. I prefer the bulb if this is to move forwards. Additionally to that, 48th Street, we are working on that from the 552 going north, getting that to a chip seal standard. 306 is eventually going to be closed. And as an additional condition on top, I would be looking to a contribution to the roads. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Deputy Revol, go ahead.
Thank you. There's a lot to take in here in consideration of how this might proceed, or the issues might be discovered before going to the actual development. So some form of a precondition may be an option or a refusal. When considering that, one might want to consider, if it was refused, what type of an appeal would take place. And if that was to go to the LPRT or to subdivision, would that be approved, and then we wouldn't have a say on it? So I'm always thinking about that possibility. Again, with our concern for the water in the past, sometimes that's been disregarded and has often been stated that you can engineer your way out of everything. But in this case, it seems like there's a significantly low area, including photographic information as well as diagrams, but also the willingness for the applicants to work on solutions with neighbors and with engineering. So they have a full slate of significant engineering that they're offering. Perhaps there is a way forward with a pre-condition of some sort that our Deputy Director had mentioned, this alternative process, such as the building envelope, the high water table, overland drainage, and then some form of identification of the wet area. And whether it's the biophysical that was mentioned or riparian, likely it's in my thinking on this is it's really the high water table that could affect a lot of things, such as how the home is built and if there is a building envelope. Certainly, if we were to put back in the request from Public Works to have the additional 7.5 meters on either side and a bulb, that further reduces the building site. So I just certainly highlight that there's a lot of complexities to this, and that one option is to precondition something, and then the other option is to refuse. So those are just my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just go to Deputy Director Granson, just in terms of the site plan. So there was 3 different options laid out. The application we have in front of us is just a square box at the south end. But if we were to look at the full bulb or the option number 3 of different access, that would be, to do either one of those, we would just do a condition to redraw, correct?
That's correct. So typically if council wants to see a different site plan, you can request that it come back and be reconsidered prior to second and third.
Okay, thank you. So anybody else? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, can you just clarify, you said 306 would be shut off? Do you mean the access to Highway 2 eventually? And then you talking about 48 needs to be upgraded, improved? Is that how I understood that?
Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So 48th Street from the 552 has been developed to a chip seal standard. So it's paved and painted lines and divided road. And so as that has continued to the south of the 552, the request has been made to the developers to make contributions towards the upgrade of that road. So that is an additional condition I would be looking at some point in the near future. The overpass at 338th we're into phase 2 as far as engineering goes, so that is progressing. But at some point, access to 306 will be closed. So then there is a service road option on 32nd Street. But it would make sense to me to, I think that the preference would be to use 48th Street from that point. And 306 as it stands now is MRO. So it makes sense to me that in order to get 48th Street improved in light of future traffic and residential traffic as this develops, that we need to get these roads to a chip seal standard so that it's safe for all to drive on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Was that all, Councillor Kendall? Yeah. Okay, and we'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair to our Deputy Director from Planning, just wondering how we can achieve what Councillor McHugh is asking for in terms of identifying the high water. Would it be through the biophysical, or would it be through the identification of the high water table and building envelope and overland drainage? I'm just wondering if one requirement would get that answer, or if there would be a combination necessary to really get the answer on the building site being available. Because again, I recognize this being the central corridor, infill of country residential, all in the favor of this particular application, but the water is really causing an issue here.
Certainly. Good. To the chair to Deputy Reeve Ohl. Just looking at the phrasing of the conditions, we could clarify on those that within that building envelope requirement, that include high water table testing or surface water identification. Being that it's not an identified water body, the tabletop assumption is that there's not a surface water there. So typically we would do within that building envelope and within the septic disposal evaluation, there is soil testing done and that often involves a water table test. So we can clarify that in condition 5, that within that building envelope, we'd be looking for high water table testing for foundation.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything? Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I just wanted to follow up, and that was as a condition of first reading. Is that the thought on that, to achieve that?
Through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ohl, that would be up to council when you want to see that.
For sure. Thank you. So again, I would circle back through the chair to Councillor McHugh, just as to where you may go if you were wanting to consider a option to following through with, obviously the rest of these were meant to be as conditions of subdivision. So is there a way forward to satisfy the concern for an actual building site and the water table issue?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. When I look at page 26 of 98 on our staff report, it's pretty evident where the slough lies. And it actually creeps into lot 1 as well as encompasses the majority of the north half of lot 2. So I would be looking for a pre-release condition to reading 2 for a biophysical assessment of the area to determine what the riparian area and slough is in there, in addition to the lot grading request. Lot grading is after the fact. That's going to wipe out the that potentially wipes out. If that is identified as a water body, it comes out as an environmental reserve easement and wouldn't be a part of the buildable area at all. And then there's probably not 1 acre there for building on. So to go to lot grading, to a lot grading and high water table testing is does not achieve identifying what is really there on the ground first off.
Okay, so would I be correct then to understand condition number 5 would include a biophysical assessment, and it would be as a condition of first reading as opposed to a condition of subdivision? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. And site drainage. Well, lot grading plans as part of number 6. Okay, anybody want to start making this into a motion? Might be the better way to go. Everybody all at once. Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my preference was for the site plan as submitted. Now I skip pages here, so that's page, was it 26 or 25? So I am in support of the site plan on page 26 without these 7.5 meter additions as suggested by Public Works. So the cul-de-sac bulb as recommended by Public Works without the 7.5 meters either side for a site plan. Recommended conditions for option 1, change the chair had that right. Number 5, building envelopes to be provided for the proposed 2.27 acre and 2.6 acre parcels as a condition of second reading. Well, this is first. Prior to second. Prior to second, to include a biophysical assessment in addition. And then overland drainage and lot grading. So if we have the biophysical assessment done, then condition 6 makes sense, could stay as a condition of subdivision, as long as the condition on number 5 is prior to second with a biophysical assessment. And then condition 7 and 8 and 9 work, as well as a condition 10 with Public Works figuring out an appropriate what's the word I'm looking for? Appropriate contribution for road improvements in the area similar to 48th Street as have been previously provided.
Okay, so that's a motion for first reading with those changes. And just so I'm clear, the road improvements on 48, so that's farther north. We've done a few subdivisions up there. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is kind of a contribution to 48 and 306 to get those portions to a chip seal standard as opposed to MRO. So I'm not sure how Public Works comes up with that calculation, but they are getting familiar with it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have that motion. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question to planning. So in the condition number 7, the removal of the CCAN cannot application for a permit to have a CCAN also be included as opposed to removal.
Through the chair, that could be an option for the landowners to consider. I left it as such as they identified that they were willing to remove that CCAN. So.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay. Deputy Vole.
Sure. Through Chair to Councillor McHugh, just want to clarify in your motion, you had suggested, I believe, sort of between page 25 and 26, 25 has the lines on it from the original drawing there. Would you be asking for a revised site plan at the stage before second reading, or would you be waiting for that till later and really just conditioning the one at this point to be before second? So just the number 5, sorry. So you have there's building envelopes in there and the biophysical prior to second, but are we asking in that for the amended site plan according to your explanation? Just wondering. I just want to clarify that one thing. And maybe it might be a question to our deputy director as well.
Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I'm happy with the site plan on page 25. The bulb may have to be changed slightly as what was proposed by Public Works, as it had the 7.5 meters additions on the sides. So I guess I'm looking for a hybrid here. So potentially a redraw. The intent would be to encompass page 25 without the 7.5 meter additions as suggested by Public Works. So I would call that a tweaking and look for comments from the Development Authority, same as yourself. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Comments? Go ahead, Deputy Director Granson.
Yep, certainly through the chair to Councillor McHugh. Yeah, I think you've said it exactly how it needs to be, where they can provide a revised site plan illustrating the I guess I would ask to clarify, the 30 by 30 meter right of way is not large enough to encompass or to entirely contain the recommended bulb. So is council looking for the 30 by 30 surveyed out plus easement for the bulb, but not the future acquisition for extending up that panhandle driveway? Alternatively, it could be a larger surveyed out area to encompass the bulb, but that does, if there is ever desire to extend it in the future, it does make it a little trickier to close that bulb in the future, just to cut the edges off. It's easier to leave as an easement. So just, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
through the chair of the Development Authority, sorry, which easement were you referring to there? I'm not, no requirement for the 7.5 to 7.5. The rationale here is that there'll be no further development on this quarter, so it's not required. So I'm not looking for the easements as initially suggested by Public Works. I can understand that I'm missing what you're suggesting on the bulb size. If 30 meters square doesn't work, I would hope that the 30-meter round, kind of the smallest bulb required without the additional road easements on the side, would be the intention of the motion. Easement from the municipality. Originally, the applicant was looking to upkeep it. So I'm lost on that thought. Is the question, does the municipality need to be third party to is that what you were looking for on the easement side?
So through the chair, just to clarify, so the easement would basically be to encompass the land around the 30 by 30 surveyed out area for the road that bulb may extend. So yeah, I'll ask Planning Officer Smith if she can bring it up. So here we have an illustration. So this one looks a little bit deeper, but the bulb itself is fits in there, but the ditches and drainage don't necessarily fit within that 30-meter width. This one looks like it's a little bit longer. But as you can see in the dotted blue, there is an easement that's registered on each adjacent property so that we can maintain the ditches and potentially the surface of that bulb. The alternative being to survey out a larger area that entirely encompasses the bulb. The only, I guess, consequence of that is that if we did ever want to get rid of that bulb or straighten that road out, then you end up with that road plan is surveyed out permanently until it's closed. So we propose the 30-meter width with the easement, which is probably approximately 15 meters on either side, or 7.5 meters on either side, just so that we can always discharge that caveat, that easement, more simply than a road closure.
Okay, go ahead if you had more.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair of the Development Authority. So we are just speaking to 7.5 meters of easement on the bulb is what you're speaking to there. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting to understand that rationale, and I agree with that.
Okay, so condition would be a redraw to incorporate this. Okay. Okay, and so that'll be a first reading. Yeah, we can see that second.
I think I'm happy with what has been proposed with the motion I've attempted to craft at this point.
Okay, and I'm sure we got those pieces included. So any further questions on the motion for first reading with those revisions to conditions? I am not seeing Deputy Reeve.
Sure. I just want to clarify one more time. We are adding that condition for the revised site plan before second. And so that's an additional thing. And then other than that, I agree that I understand the amendment was to number 5. Just clarifying that. It's additional. Then I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
And condition number 10, contributions for road improvements. So those 3, condition 5, condition 10, and revised site plan. Everybody understand? All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so accounts not ready yet. So we would look then to committee reports. I think we're getting towards the bottom end. So who wants to start with committee reports? I guess I would go to Councillor Kendall. Do you have any committee reports to share with council today?
I have no committee reports. Thank you.
And Councillor Callister, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I've attended two committees, joint health and safety. There was nothing really to report from that. Had good discussions with Director Porter, and nothing really to report back on that going forward. Then Dunbar Recreation Board. There were no new applications. We covered previous agenda and minutes. And other than we agreed to a live meeting rather than a Zoom meeting in May, nothing much more to report there.
Thank you, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also attended the DRB, was spoken to by Mr. Callister. We talked about the intakes for the next contributions from the DRB to the area, and they are February 12th and August 10th of 2026. And also had a good report from Mr. Porter about the Scott Seaman Sports Arena, and spoke of the Christmas party, the county Christmas party on December 14th from 4:15 to 6:15 at the arena. That's all I had for this week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one to share, the meeting of the Emergency Advisory Committee, which took place on November 4th. Just a little recap here, along with some review of old business, including emergency management bylaw, the update from the newly appointed Deputy Director, who is our Deputy Director of Community and Emergency Services, Peter Stately. That was shared. And then a reminder that the bylaw will be coming forward as there's a new requirement from the province in relation to these specific committees within each municipality, and that it would include the voting members being the councillors on that committee. So there will be an upcoming update to council, and there will be also another committee member coming in the future to be attending as a council member. So those agenda items will be prepared by the emergency management team, and council will see those in the future. Additionally, we had updates on new business, which related to recommendation that the incident management team be focused on in terms of recruitment, retention, and recognition. And that was a discussion, and further action will take place on that. Additionally, training topic was discussed, and that is something that includes something that council will see, and that hear some more probably from our CIO on that in relation to each council will have all the members take part in a emergency management training within 90 days. And that may be all new counselors, but returning counselors can also participate. So more from our CIO on that. Other planning meetings took place within the emergency management team, including one they attended and were very pleased with hearing about lessons learned from other emergencies in other locations. So that's a very important aspect of this committee. And it's bringing the knowledge to Foothills County from what has happened elsewhere, as well as what has happened within Foothills County, as we team up with many other municipalities as well. Further, a event will take place on November the 13th, where they're going to be doing a desktop exercise related to an emergency management full-out plan. So we look forward to that and hearing from the department on that. And along with other just reminders and a round table, that was all for the report on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And for me, I had that Emergency Advisory Committee meeting as well. I think that's been well covered by the Deputy Reeve. The only other thing in my role on the ASB Provincial Committee, we had a interview with Chris Brown on Cross Border Network. Both myself as the acting chair there and the executive director and another committee member, we met with him, and he interviewed us and talked about Richardson ground squirrels, or as we generally call them, gophers, and the impact that they're having on agricultural producers in the area and what the solutions are going forward. It was a good conversation, and I look forward to what it looks like when it comes onto the radio and TV. That was all I had for this week. We'll go to Councillor Estes. Any committee meetings this week?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have no committee meetings to report from. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, Dumble Recreation Board on Monday night, already reported on by Councillor Callister and Councillor Alger. Nothing else to add there. Subdivision and Appeal Board on Thursday, and that would have been a question of CCANs and a second hearing on a secondary suite question. And Councillor Callister, did you make it to joint health and safety? Did you mention that? Yeah. Oh, and that's all I had. I was at DAB, so did not attend the joint health and safety committee. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to CAO Payne. Any committee reports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a few for council this morning. In terms of council's official committees, I did attend the Joint Health and Safety Committee meeting last Thursday following council's organizational meeting with Councillor Callister. And I would just mention a couple of updates actually related to health and safety for council. A few weeks back, I had reported to council that there was a new proactive occupational health and safety inspection program for MDs, counties, villages, and towns. This program, I guess, is intended to be proactive in that they send a OH&S inspector to come around and visit our facilities, review our program, have conversations with members of our Joint Health and Safety Committee, and provide us with input and feedback on any areas that we might have as potential areas for improvement in our program to manage health and safety among our staff and public in the county. The individual started the process close to 2 months ago. I believe he visited 8 of our different facilities, including this one that we're in today, the admin building, as well as our public workshop, Heritage Point Fire Station, Scott Seaman Sports Rink, landfill, and a couple of our utilities operations as well. Very good input actually from the OHS inspector, and he did provide some feedback on some areas where we were able to improve. Anything that they came across, our manager of health and safety, Mr. Greger, did prepare action plans for each facility anywhere that the inspector had noted deficiencies or items for improvement. So that's a help to us as well, having that second set of eyes take a look at things for us. No orders were issued. There weren't any major or substantive concerns through that process. So that's also a very good indication that our safety program is working quite well. I'd also mention that this morning I received a report from our manager of health and safety, and we've got our core audit report back. Just for council's information, CORE is a certificate of recognition program. That's something that is supported by the Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association, as well as Alberta Labor and Immigration. It's a program that really acknowledges that the county has in place a formal safety program under the Act and that we're in compliance with all the requirements of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. We have annual audits on our health and safety program. We do internal audits for years 1 and 2, and then every 3rd year we have an external audit where a qualified external auditor comes in with their team and they review our safety program and they go through all of our facilities and safety documentation with staff. Our score actually improved this year over last year's score. And a couple of the key areas for improvement that I was just perusing this morning are on our inspections and on our investigations. And interestingly, council will see in a couple of weeks a couple of agenda items, one with our investigations and inspections policies and procedures for council's review. So some of those changes will also help improve that score in future years. I did also attend the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting that was mentioned by the Reeve and Deputy Reeve previously. And I would just share with council that one item that our Director of Emergency Management is working through with our senior leadership team right now is business continuity planning. Each manager throughout the county overseeing various departments have been asked to go through their resource requirements and potential risks if there were an active event in the county, and how that might impact each department. And the goal is really to have a list of our key contacts and to identify what our minimum operational requirements would be if we had a flood or a fire or any other sort of high-risk activity, an ice storm, those types of things in Foothills County in order to continue being able to provide services to the public, but to have places to operate from and minimum standards to ensure that those operations can continue. In our EAC meeting yesterday, one of the things that the Deputy Reeve mentioned earlier was training requirements. So within 90 days of the election, there's mandatory emergency management training for elected officials. It only applies to elected officials that haven't previously taken the training, but it can be offered to anyone who would like to redo the training just to catch up with the current act and requirements through emergency management. And I guess a question for council today, just taking a straw poll, I'll maybe just ask by a raise of hands, how many individuals are interested in taking the training, including the new councillors who are required to take it? So 7, okay. So everyone's interested. The time commitment, and I should have said this before I asked for hands to go up, is 4 to 5 hours. And there are 2 offerings. It can be either online or we can organize to have the training in person. So I would just ask, again, by show of hands, who's interested in online and who's interested in an in-person offering? And before I ask that question, I see Deputy Reeve's got her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and CEO Payne. I think the key for this one is to understand that if we have an in-person session, we can have our own special advisors from different departments present and very customate to what's available within Foothills County. So the in-person session may be a bit more valuable, although time constraints may be that a member may want to do that online. I think that part of our discussion included the value of having this in-person session based on really understanding what's happening in Foothills County and having the representatives present. So just a quick recap on that.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so, and if we were to do an in-person, certainly there'd be value in that. We could do it in here or in one of our meeting rooms here with a small group, as the Deputy Reeve mentioned, and offer a streaming option too in the event that someone is unable to come in so that we can provide that access to everyone. So I'll just ask, who's interested in in-person training? And that looks like everyone. Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll look at options to have that in-person training organized within the next, it's got to be within 3 months of the election, so we'll have it in the fairly near future here and try and coordinate schedules. Couple of other items that I would just update council on. I had a meeting with CAO Prosser the week of October 20th. CAO Prosser is my counterpart with the town of High River. And we have now formally signed agreements, 2 different agreements. One is our water and wastewater renewal. So we had a prior agreement with the town of High River. They provide 300 acre feet of water north into the Highway 2A corridor and about 75 acre feet of water south down to Cayley. That agreement's been renewed now for a 5-year term with 2 additional 5-year renewal opportunities. Provides good certainty for the county in terms of water availability while we wrap up a couple of our other utility projects. As well, we have our joint administration building agreement, so a modernized agreement for this building. That's been formally signed by the county and by the town of High River, and that outlines responsibilities and authorities of both municipalities, as well as the joint ownership of the building and the lands, as well as the parking areas just to the north down the street as well. So 2 very important agreements for us to have in place. Just wanted to report to council that those are both now complete. If any councilor would like to see the formal agreements themselves, just let me know and I'm happy to share those hard copies or digital version, whatever you prefer. Last couple of updates relate to the Rural Municipalities Association convention coming up in a couple of weeks' time. We previously had 2 requests for meetings with ministers that we had submitted. One was with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the other was with the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. We've got responses from both ministries. The ministers aren't able to accommodate our meeting requests. However, the Minister of Municipal Affairs did indicate in the response that he will be attending the November 19th Ministers Open House and would be happy to talk with us there. We typically do attend that meeting as well, or that open house. My apologies. The other option for Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors is to meet with the regional director, Mr. Darren Davidson. So he's offered, if council would like, while we're in Edmonton on November 19th, he's asked if we'd be interested in scheduling a 15-minute to half-hour meeting with him just to table any priorities that we have with the department. So I'd, again, just look for a straw poll from council to see whether you'd like me to try and organize that meeting with Mr. Davidson for November 19th. Sometime during the day, we'll sneak out of whatever's going on at the time to meet with him and then pop back up. The 19th is the Wednesday, I believe.
And I think we had previously talked about what were the issues we were gonna, the 2A swap here?
2A 498 to have swap speed reductions, I believe, on 2A north and south of Okotoks. 498, yeah. Signalization at 306 on 2A, and then 498 to have interchange upgrades, I think is another.
Yeah. So it sounds like we have things to talk to Mr. Davidson about. So thumbs up, are we wanting to meet with Mr. Davidson?
Okay. Okay, and we'll try and look at the agenda and schedule around any other exciting things that may be going on. Final item I have for council is a request from MPE Engineering. They are putting out an invitation to council to host a dinner on the Monday night while we're there, if council so wishes to do that. It would have to be after the mayors and Reeves meeting that evening. And they're offering to host that dinner to provide council with an opportunity to discuss and ask questions about any of the many projects that are underway with MPE at this time as well. So there have been years where we have accepted the invitation. There's also been many years where we have declined the invitation. So I would just look to council for your thumbs up or thumbs down as to whether you'd like to proceed with taking them up on that offer or not.
Thumbs up.
Are you coming to break the TV out there or what?
I'll decline.
Okay. Okay, I think most thumbs up. We don't have to go. I mean, if you don't want to go yourself, you don't have to go as well. So.
But not have them paid for it.
Oh.
There,
Oh. Yeah.
there could be negative perceptions, I guess is. They do have a lot of projects. What projects are they working on for us?
I would say virtually all of our water and wastewater projects. I saw Director Kruger just pop his camera on too. I assume he's got some comments to make if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Kruger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to answer there, like CAO Payne said, they're working on most of our water wastewater projects for us, as well as, the wastewater project looking in Alderside there. So a lot of big projects for us. Thanks.
And we don't, council typically does not get much interaction with them. It's usually through administration. So this would be the one opportunity to get kind of direct access. Go ahead, Deputy Revol.
Sure. Thanks for asking the question. It's simply would appreciate meeting with them, but just not the dinner thing. That's certainly great to receive their hospitality, but just the perception and just obviously we're working with them and hearing about the projects is one thing. So I would appreciate the opportunity to meet with them, but not the dinner part. Thanks.
Okay. So thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm seeing thumbs up. Go up, Mike.
Sorry to belabor this, just being the newbie here. Is this an annual thing? Like, do they usually do this, or what's the history of this dinner meeting?
Yeah, MPE has offered in the past to host it. There are other firms out there that host hospitality suites, which council will get. You'll see invitations to each of those leading up to the convention, as well as one where they're typically on the agenda. They outline which hospitality suites are being hosted by could be an engineering firm or an equipment provider. That's an opportunity for the council members and all the elected officials across Alberta and rural municipalities to sort of interface with the different service providers and ask questions informally. MPE isn't as large as many of them, so they don't have the funding to host an actual hospitality suite. So they'll often invite municipalities individually for dinner to provide the opportunity to ask those questions and provide input on projects that are being managed currently for the municipality. Councils in the past, like I say, many have accepted the invitation and had good conversations around the projects underway. And some councils have decided to decline just given optics and the things that were already mentioned.
Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So as already previously mentioned by CAO Payne, there are many hospitality rooms at RMA convention. This is our opportunity to network with other councillors. This is our opportunity to attend a trade show and actually have a conversation with Brandt Equipment as an example, or CAT or Finning or John Deere. As far as hospitality rooms goes, it's actually your chance to meet with a Fortis representative for your area, have discussions with them about what's going on in the area. If we don't take advantage of these opportunities, well, we don't have that opportunity. It becomes it comes down to administration and what is relayed to us through them. So these hospitality rooms include Brownlee, Fortis. It's actually a chance for us as councillors to have a one-on-one with the people that are representing us from Brownlee, get to know them, get to know what their personality is, know what they're about. So the challenge here is if you say no to the dinner with MPE, who's doing all our major engineering, and avoid the opportunity or say no to that opportunity, then the question is why are we even going to RMA? Why are we because it's networking. And if we say no to MPE, then should we be saying no to every hospitality room that is there and presented and not be able to participate in any of those networking opportunities or a chance to meet with our local representatives that may service our area? Thank you.
Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down, I guess I'm seeing thumbs up. And we don't all have to attend. We can each make our own decision from there. So. Okay, I think you have your answer, CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's all I've got in open session. I do have a number of closed items and I see it's almost lunch. So
okay.
I'll stop there.
I'll go to Deputy Director Granson. Do you have anything for us?
No, I have nothing in open. Thank you.
Nothing in open. And lead services, anything? Gee. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So Sherry's gone, but I think she did have a question for council around Remembrance Day ceremonies. Just looking for council to provide us with your intentions. If you're planning to attend any of the ceremonies, let us know in advance and we'll make sure that we've got wreaths and those sorts of things organized as well. Just for council, when you do attend those various ceremonies, as the Reeve and I were discussing informally this morning, it's important to be prepared to possibly give a speech or say a few words as well. In your capacity as an elected official, that can be sprung on you last minute as well. So just a bit of a heads up there for the council members, that's all.
Okay, Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
I mean, I'm working that day, but I have my morning free. So how do we apprise ourselves of where we are to attend, or is it optional, or is there a list, or?
I know for myself, I always attend the Kaylee Remembrance Day service. That's in my community and I
So it's just sort of
share that.
optional wherever you. Right. I don't think there is any in mine, but.
But there would be a big one in
right,
High
never
River
mind.
and Okotoks, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Longview, Diamond Valley. Yeah, the schools will all have one, not on Remembrance Day, but I believe they're on Friday of this week.
So do we approach them, or are they approaching us, or usually?
I will ask Sherry to send out any who have approached us, and then councillors are certainly able to reach out to any of your organizations that you know in your area who might be hosting one if you wish to attend that instead. But I'll ask Sherry if we do have a list of invitations that are formal, that those be forwarded to individual councillors for the ceremonies in your area.
Okay.
Okay, with that, it is almost 12. So let's take a break for lunch and we will return at 1:30. Motion to break for lunch. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back to Foothills County Council meeting for November 5. We do have a 1:30 public hearing. Ms. Carr, did you call the public hearing yet? Okay.
Full house.
I guess data processing facilities are not too exciting. Okay, we will open the public hearing for Land Use Bylaw 60/2014, proposed amendment to the Land Use Bylaw regarding data processing facilities. I guess we don't need to do any introductions since there's nobody here, so I will just turn it directly over to Miss Karina Carr. Can we do that? To present the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me get the presentation up here. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so this is an application for amendments to the land use bylaw that's pertaining to data processing facilities. There are three main amendments that we'll go through. Firstly, a new definition for data processing facility type 1, which is geared to allow for small-scale data facilities in the Foothills County. Secondly, addition as a discretionary use under particular industrial districts, which we'll go into more detail further in the presentation, and inclusion of specific use regulations and application requirements for data processing facilities. Before we delve into the actual amendments to the land use bylaw, I feel it's important to go through a bit of background information with respect to information about data processing facilities, why we're proposing these amendments, and some of the existing provisions that we do have for data-related facilities. So data processing facilities or data centers, which they're often referred to, are secure buildings that house servers and equipment, used to process, manage, and store digital information. This is an emerging trend that supports the growing needs for cloud computing, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, and/or Bitcoin mining, as it's also referred to, and other online business operations. So these facilities require reliable electricity sources, often involve cooling systems, and require a high-speed internet in most cases. Developments range in size and scale, of course. Large-scale projects usually have a greater infrastructure need, and as well with that, potential impacts that are larger, such as energy use, heat, and/or noise, which require careful review and provincial coordination. Smaller facilities often operate below the provincial approval thresholds and require simply just a council approval. Just to touch on that further with the provincial approvals required, there's three main approvals that we're familiar with being required on these facilities. Alberta Utility Commission deals primarily with power generation, and approvals are required for on-site thermal or renewable power generation that is greater than or equal to 1 megawatt, and as well any export of the power to the grid. There is one exception, renewable micro generation, so solar and wind type generation for power equal to or less than 5 megawatts. That's for on-site use only and are registered under the microgeneration regulations are exempt. They do still require approval through the, or notification to the AUC But that is the only other exception. The other body involved is often the Alberta Electrical System Operator. They deal primarily with load demand of electricity used and any time that electricity is exported to the grid. Their regulations require that facilities with greater than or equal to 5 megawatt load demand is when a approval through them is required, as well as any export of on-site generation to the grid as well. Alberta Environment and Protected Areas is also involved in larger facilities normally, dealing with significant air emissions, water withdrawals for cooling. A lot of the cooling systems, they require water in excess for those processes, and any wastewater discharge or industrial waste handling, depending again on what type of power generation is involved. As you know, these thresholds update and change and are usually moving targets. Where any discrepancies do arise, the provincial requirements do supersede any municipal bylaw or approvals. Just a note that the proposed new definition that we're going to talk about today, data processing facility type 1, is geared towards the small scale developments that do not require any provincial approvals through the AUC. With respect to municipal approvals, all data processing facilities would require development permits and land use bylaw compliance. They also require building permit, so safety and building code compliance. And where they're not listed as a use in a land use district, they would be required to redesignate or have a site-specific amendment approval to allow for that use under another land use district. The kind of things we are going to look at for considerations when reviewing proposals for data processing facilities is scale of operation, so the size, the power use, the number of buildings or modules. It's fairly common with these data processing facilities now that individuals are using CCAN-like structures as opposed to buildings. So they'll have multiple CCAN similar facilities to house these. So we'll look at location, so appropriate zoning, proximity to infrastructure and to other sensitive uses, or location and proximity to residences. We'll look at servicing, such as power supply, water use and wastewater management, potential impacts to neighboring parcels, so noise, traffic, and aesthetics, and compliance with provincial regulations. Now, I've included in Council's staff report just a table or chart that I did with other municipalities that I could find in Alberta and what they were doing currently with data processing related facilities. That's in Appendix B of your agenda package, so page 39. We did look to see what other municipalities were doing and tried to use some of these ideas, problems that they've had, and some of the regulations and stuff that they currently have in place to guide us in these today. With respect to current provisions in the land use bylaw, we don't have anything really outlined in the land use bylaw for regulations and provisions. February 12th of 2025, we did adopt a definition for data center campus, and that is as follows: a large-scale facility designed to house extensive computer systems and associated components for supporting artificial intelligent cloud computing, data security, data storage, management, and processing digital media, information, and applications. This facility encompasses ancillary structures that support its primary function, including but not limited to administrative offices, educational and training facilities, maintenance facilities, power generation facilities, substations, and security buildings. So that is a definition that we currently have in the bylaw as of February 2025. Now, at the time they created that definition and passed it, there was also a site-specific amendment granted to allow for data center campus under the business park district on a site-specific basis, so just within the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan. And with that, there were some other exemptions to the business park district for data center campuses. They included things like what you would need with your application being an emergency response plan, noise impact assessment, and fire planning, I believe. There was some exemptions to the height requirement. Some of the other provisions under business park that were similar, but that was a site-specific amendment we allowed. So that's all we currently deal with for data-related developments in our land use bylaw to date. There are no provisions for smaller scale facilities that do not require AUC approvals currently. So why are we proposing these amendments? Basically 4 reasons. 1, to respond to the growing demand and support the increasing need for data processing facilities in Alberta. It is becoming something that's growing quite quickly, and the other municipalities are seeing quite a few applications come through the doors. So we want to encourage innovation and update the land use bylaw to allow for small scale technology industries within the county. We wanted to improve clarity and transparency. So by putting things like application requirements and provisions in the bylaw, we thought it would help to provide clear direction for applicants and the public when they go to apply for these sorts of uses where they may be considered. And to maintain oversight and accountability to ensure that the county can review and manage potential development impacts in accordance with policy. So with that, we'll jump into the proposed land use bylaw amendments. Of course, council has a copy of the bylaw with the appendix that includes the red line version that shows all the proposed amendments. I'll go through them, not in full detail, but I will walk you through what I can. So firstly, the proposal for the new definition. So the new definition was for data processing facility type 1. We've listed it as a type 1 in this case, similar to how we've done our home-based businesses where we have type 1, 2, and 3, just with the anticipation that there will be a need for more levels in the future. So we've called this type 1. So this is buildings, dedicated space within a building, or a CCAN used to house computer systems and associated infrastructure for the purpose of small-scale digital processing. We've said that small-scale facilities generally have limited infrastructure. They do not exceed the thresholds requiring provincial approvals, and they're anticipated to have minimal off-site impacts. We've also included that these facilities are not intended to be included as a home office or home-based business, just to avoid applications to be dealt with like that. The one thing we've heard from many of the other municipalities is some of the key concerns with data processing facilities is primarily noise. Some of it was aesthetics, especially where the small trailers or the CCANs were being used to house them. So that is one of the reasons why we have indicated not to be a home office or home-based business, that we've proposed them more as industrial developments at this time. So secondly, where the use is permitted, we have added as a discretionary use, and we've added it to the general industry district and the direct control number 34 district, which was the district created for commercial solar power systems. Those are the only 2 districts we're proposing that this use currently be added to. Currently, the general industry district lands are only located within the Highway 2 industrial corridor at this time. so within the Highway 2 area structure plan. And we don't currently have any lands that are zoned DC 34. The one commercial solar project that we do have in the Highway 2A is still general industry district. So specific use regulations, as you're familiar, our land use bylaw has section 10, which is specific use regulations for all different types of developments. We've proposed, again, for clarity for the public and the applicants as well, just an area that outlines what our regulations are going to be for these types of developments. I'm not going to go through everything, but in kind of summary to it, a development permit and building permits are required for all. They must meet the land use districts, including height, setbacks, and lot coverage. They are to be designed to minimize offsite impacts such as noise, visual appearance, emissions, and water used for cooling or processing purposes. They are supposed to be designed to minimize demand on the municipal water, wastewater, and road infrastructure. We've asked quality design, character, and appearance of buildings, including the CCAN, shall be compatible with the surrounding areas. We've indicated that noise impact assessments and where required noise mitigation plans should be submitted. High quality design, screening, and landscaping required for the proposal the way we have it now in the Highway 2A corridor. Of course, we have design standards for that area that they would have to meet. And again, just not that they should not be considered as a home office or home-based business. The other portion of section 10 that was added was application requirements, just to give people an indication of what we are going to require as part of an application. A lot of it's the standard stuff, such as the detailed site plan, floor plans, elevation drawings. The other things we're wanting are the number of computer units, fans, and details like that that discuss, kind of the size and complexity of the operations, what kind of servicing they're proposing, what the electrical supply is and who they're using, and if any on-site power generation is proposed. We're asking for lighting, landscaping, and screening plans, an emergency response plan, again, noise impact assessment and mitigation plans, information with respect to decommissioning for site closure, and provincial approval and or exemption documentation, so that we have proof that they have either got the exemption or that provincial approval is not required. So that's all I have for amendments. Notice of the public hearing was advertised in the October 22nd and 29th issues of the Western Wheel, was posted on the municipal website as well, and no comments have been received. We are here looking for the following considerations for first reading or to postpone or refuse. You've been provided with that in your staff report. So that is all I have, Mr. Chairman. I'm open to questions if council has some.
Thank you, Planner Carr. Questions, comments from council or administration? Deputy Revo, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Planner Carr. You've done a great job of assembling all the information and sharing with us the proposed additional definition and amendments to the land use bylaw. So thank you for that, and also gathering the information from the other communities. So just in the last few weeks, I've read 4 articles about the regret that the many communities are experiencing for putting in at least the campus-sized data centers. And the impacts are underreported, concerns are growing, and there seems to be a missing component, in particular related to water. And so perhaps some of these things, well, the other is backup power generation. The impacts of the pollution from backup power, especially if it's diesel, and how often it's used and under what criteria. So there may be some things that might need to be captured, if not in this iteration, maybe the next iteration or through the approval processes where we dive into some of those details. In one of the summaries that you shared with us from Parkland County, they actually put a limit on the generation use for on-site generation. So if it's a low impact generation, it's different than if it's a gas related or particularly diesel related generation, because there's really there's no restriction on those types of uses. So some form of restriction might be perhaps another additional statement in here, and also something in relation to the water use, because in our the two sections that you're proposing for today, which is general regulations and application requirements, we don't have anything stated in relation to the limitations on the servicing. So while they are under this particular level of application being level 1, we would have to make sure that the amount of services that they're using would be appropriate to the area, not just to the service that's being provided from the smaller centers. And certainly when we get to the bigger centers, we're going to have maybe a little more, something more robust on those as well. But perhaps a maximum water use, which may be appropriate for the areas, because if they do perform and they do have a water-based cooling system, they could end up being quite a major water user that could affect an area and then make it so that other businesses would not have access to water, depending on how much they're going to be using. So again, we're talking about a scale here, and we're going to be working towards other levels of this particular type of use. And so we have to be considerate of some of those things. And certainly overall electricity use, I know we're overlapping on different approving authorities here with province and the municipality, but in particular, if you were to see maybe a location where it might fit, is under the data processing facility general regulations. The last point in there, 10.29.13, does have a mention of municipal water, wastewater, and road infrastructure, but we might even include electricity use and mitigation of the backup generation impacts, which would be air pollution. So I know you've got a number of other types listed. So whether they get listed separately or along with one of these other points that you've already made, perhaps we can identify some of those. Okay. And even understanding how we would ensure that they would follow through with what they're proposing, because the concerns from a lot of the municipalities that are reporting the data center impacts now are saying that they underreport what they're actually using. And so they're all trying to gain social license for putting these centers together, big or small. And unfortunately, they're now being discovered that they're underreporting. So somehow we have to follow through on what they're actually using. And what in particular, I think the location where they end up being identified, we have 2 locations in the proposal before us. We have General Industry District and Direct Control 34, or any other site specific that we may make. We just have to make sure that they're appropriate for those locations. So I guess I just want to impart my concern for what might be a big impact on those in either wanting to use that servicing or maxing out on our servicing and not being able to service other types of businesses. And then the overall impact to any neighboring parcels or communities that might be downwind or in that kind of radius of impact. So that's all for now. Thank you for, again, your report.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Carr. So I also had 102913 marked down. And just speaking to Councillor, or pardon me, Deputy Reeve Ohl, comments on putting power within this. Is that in our purview to be able to do that, or is that a fortising? And so the second part of that is when the application comes in, we would circulate Fortis, would we not, like we do on most applications? I just don't know, I don't know if it's in our purview to be able to regulate the quantity. Fortis would be the ones that say, yes, we can do it, or no, we don't have that capacity. But I sure appreciate the demand on municipal water, wastewater, and road infrastructure for sure. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure where our ability lies to add power onto that because we don't regulate the power. We do regulate the water and the wastewater, especially in the Highway 2A. We do circulate, we will circulate many people, but yeah, the utility companies in the area would definitely be circulated. They are required to submit with their application how much electricity load they're using. And the Alberta Electrical Service Operator are the ones that deal with load, but only to a certain, once it gets to a certain, I can't remember what the exact amount was off the top of my head, but where they start to regulate that or where they require approvals for that. It is equal to or greater than 5 megawatts of connected load where they get involved. So yeah, we would definitely have to have proof from the utility companies that they do have adequate power. But we'll have to research that and see if there's a way we can add power to that. I think it's outside of our jurisdiction a little bit, but we would definitely work with the other bodies to ensure.
Okay. Back to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure. Just quickly on that is really a capacity issue. If, for example, we got the 400 megawatts draw from the large data center and any of the others they're drawing as well, they do affect the overall power consumption. And so there would be an infrastructure issue. We may have to just confirm that it does work in the area that we're going to approve it. We don't do it blindly. We just have to maybe do more homework on that. And with this and nuclear and all the rest coming online here now, we probably have to add some of that to our understanding and how we manage these projects, just so we understand, do they need to improve infrastructure for us? If we're going to have them in a certain area, what do we need from them in order to make this happen? If we choose the Highway 2A corridor, what else needs to be in place? And that could be also regarding other businesses as well, not just the data centers, but they just tend to draw a lot of power and also depending on the type of generation they have, how that affects the overall grid in that location. So I think the point is fair that it's not our jurisdiction, but I think we need to be fully aware of how everything functions so that we make the best decision on bringing in any businesses that are big consumers of any of our utility stuff. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Chair. I have some concerns regarding the noise mitigation. It states in here satisfaction to Development Authority, but how do we know what the noise emissions are going to be and what are the repercussions if they are over the threshold?
That is going to be a difficult one to deal with since we don't have a noise bylaw in our municipality. I think a lot of them where they fall under the threshold where provincial approval comes into play, we will have to base our decisions on the actual noise impact assessment that's prepared by the consultants. And then the mitigation plan, we will have to look at to see whether we feel the mitigation plan that they are required to do in conjunction with that noise impact assessment, if that would satisfy what we feel in the area for that application, because it's going to be so dependent on the scale of the development, the type of the development, how they're housing the equipment, because the noise impact will vary a great deal depending on the actual facility and what they're proposing. But if we require them to have a qualified acoustical engineer submit that noise impact assessment saying what the assessment or the impacts might be and what the distance might be, and then requiring a mitigation plan based on that. I don't know what further we can do. We're one of the municipalities that don't have a noise bylaw. A lot of the stuff the other municipalities have done have been in accordance with their noise bylaw when it's outside of the AUC's approval requirements, but we don't have a noise bylaw. The closest we really have is our community standards bylaw that indicates different types of noises at different times of the day, I think. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that was the best I could come up with, and it seems consistent with what the others have done is a noise impact assessment by a qualified engineer and then just a mitigation plan that we would have to accept based on the location, the type of the facility, the screening, the acoustical. A lot of the structures sound like they can be built to acoustically prevent a lot of the noise, because the noise concerns seem to be more based on the fact that they operate the number of fans for cooling for 24/7 all year round. That seems to be what the majority of the noise concerns are. So I think it's more the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, fans running, but a lot of the facilities can put different acoustic, again, depending on the scale and the size of them, right? We're not talking about the data centers, the bigger, larger ones. We're talking about the smaller processing facilities, but I don't know if that answers anything or helps that out.
Thank you. For me, I'm just looking at the definition of data processing facility type 1. Now, I'm not a very technological person, but it seems to me as though like the servers or even simple computers would fit under that definition. And so I'm wondering if there needs to be a piece, just for clarity, this does not involve computers or servers for a business on site, such as, like I'm thinking of the server right behind us here on the left. That almost pulls us into the definition of data processing facility. I'll leave that with you. Anything else from anybody? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
I just had a couple questions about fire regulations. What is the research on that? Regarding like other similar, I guess you wouldn't call this really dangerous goods, but just maybe provincial guidelines on what the fire issues are with those type of installations. And I can just lump all my questions together here. Sort of implies that these are becoming increasingly common, but you know, what does that mean? And have we undergone any kind of cost benefit analysis compared to other structures and businesses, you know, of similar size? I think just a comment, my main concern would be the energy usage from my understanding. I mean, we have a small air monitoring little trailer, ATCO trailer on our property used by the local gas plant just to monitor, you know, the air quality, and the amount of electricity that that one little facility uses is interesting. So I've always understood that AI and all these things are not free, and we shouldn't, you know, we can't underestimate the financial cost to the electrical grid.
Go ahead, Green.
I can try and respond somewhat to that. We haven't done any kind of a cost benefit analysis. I could do research further to see if other municipalities or provincial bodies have. My understanding is from a tax base, we don't get a huge tax dollar from this type of facility. The larger data centers, perhaps, but not in comparison to other larger facilities like that. With respect to fire, I don't know the fire code, but we did consult with the Foothills Fire Department in looking at these smaller facilities, and they've indicated a list of things like ensuring that it meets the Alberta Fire Code and for fire safety, detection and suppression, emergency response plans, and they've indicated, you know, access routes for hydrant locations, procedures for electrical shutdowns, hazard identification for things like batteries and cooling systems. They've brought up a bunch of information with respect to that. These sorts of things would all be imposed based on individual facilities at a development permit level. Because it would be so site-specific and based on the actual development itself and the scale and size of the development. But they have brought up items such as their uninterruptible power supply systems and stuff with respect to lithium-ion batteries when they're involved. Again, so dependent on the type of facility. Things that we would need to consider for access and site layout and noise and environment impact with the cooling systems and emissions. But sprinkler acceptance, a lot of that which is under the fire code. But again, that would be something we would deal with at a development permit stage more, because it's very difficult at this large of a general scale to start putting too many policies, I think, in apart from that it must meet the fire code and the satisfaction of those bodies. So I don't know if there was one more point there I missed, but that's.
I think you touched on them all there. Yeah, just the impact to the grid too is would have been my main concern. I mean, not just obviously for one, but when you're talking multiples of these being allowed, I think the impact on the grid would be significant.
Yeah. Well, that is where the AESO has their approval processes, and that they are the ones that are most involved with the large electrical demands and determining how many approvals they can give when transmission facilities need to be upgraded or expanded based on applications that come in. But again, that's a provincial body. They do have a certain approval process that they have to go through them, as well as on these smaller ones, it's just the utility companies themselves, I think, that do it. Like Fortis, for example, would be involved, but they have a certain amount of electricity load, I think, that they are granted to deal with in certain areas through that body, if that makes sense. From my understanding, I mean, I'm not an expert by any means when it comes to electricity loads and stuff, but from the research that I've done, that appears to be kind of how it plays out. I don't know that we can get involved in the load of electricity that's being used. Again, that would come through the approval process that they go through, as well as the circulation to the utilities. We do require that they provide letters from the utility company indicating that they are servicing them and they have the capacity. So hopefully that will.
Councillor Callister.
Yeah, just a curiosity as to whether or not these facilities have any staff, full-time staff, or are they fully automated? Are they checked on once a week, or?
Again, I think it varies on the scale and the type and the individual user, but from the amount of reading I've done on just these systems in general, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of staff, so not a lot of traffic generation to these sites. But again, it's going to depend on the scale, the purpose of it. But like crypto mining, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin mining, don't sound like they have a lot of people on site. I think it's probably a little bit of maintenance, operation, and security But again, I'm not an expert on data processing facilities, and I'm sure there's such a wide range of how they're operated that I'm sorry, I can't really answer that. Generally, they're not very many staff and not generating a lot of traffic from what I understand. So.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Chair. You mentioned that some of the other municipalities, they found that these data centers that are underreporting their usage in water, waste, or wastewater, municipal water, and electrical use. Is there any way of looking at safeguarding those with, I don't know, if you would look at possible metering so that the reporting isn't found too late in the game, and to be found that they are underreporting?
I would have to say with the Highway 2A corridor, for example, which is currently the location where all the general industry is, which we're proposing it as a discretionary use. I think we could have the ability to perhaps monitor the water use and wastewater potential when it comes to electricity, or I don't remember what all the other things that people were underreporting. That was Councillor Old that had brought that up. But yeah, in some situations, depending on the location and the type of servicing that's provided, water metering, for example, could be something that we can monitor, and water and electricity being two of the primary uses that you see a lot of that are probably under reporting. I don't know how to deal with the electricity part, unfortunately, on our end. But the water, in certain situations, we definitely could. Not all systems are likely going to require water cooling as well. A lot of them just have a number of fans cooling. Often they'll have their computer servers and stuff on one side of a structure and cooling fans all on the other side, just to keep the air going, from what I understand. But they don't all use water cooling either. So on an application by application basis, we have control over determining whether we feel they're overusing, especially municipal water and wastewater under that one clause. I don't know how we could do further than that, though.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ohl. So if I understand the concern correctly on electricity, it would be, so the ESO would say, okay, we have enough power in the power grid. So are you looking for to get this into our land use bylaw? Are you looking for a notification from the ESO that this facility might be using, for example, more than 75% of the power that's available in the area? Just trying to develop an idea on how you think we may incorporate this into our land use bylaw, into this definition. So don't know how we can incorporate this, but have I got your concern right? Is that we perhaps use up so much power in the area in regards to the 2A industrial corridor that there is not enough power available for another business to be added into the industrial area because there's not enough power available for that individual operation or new business?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the question, because you're on track, and it's not only during the regular power consumption, but if there's an outage, There's so many different variables here, like how are they all handled? And we just have to learn more about the impact of these particular businesses because they will have a cumulative effect. So if we just approve one business and we start to have more and more come online and we have a big data center, that's a huge draw. If it does move forward, it's 400 megawatts. But if you have the other ones and there are X number of megawatts and you could somehow get some sort of correspondence to understand our capacity, I think we need to do something, whether it's in these two statements here, the application requirements and the general regulations. It may not be captured here, but we have to capture it somehow in our processes, that we really are considerate of the overall impacts of bringing these into the county. So that would be accommodating the demand of having this type of a use, but also maximum water reporting that was mentioned, of course, monitoring and reporting. There has to be something from our end that accommodates these new technologies, because we can't just keep approving them one-offs without understanding the full impact and the cumulative impact. And that would be not only of those particular businesses, but the impact on the neighboring businesses or on any other plans, or if we had other plans for the water and we were using so much water on a certain type of use, what would we do if we had another demand within that Highway 2 area? And we were to say it's basically just like our fit for system in the province. Well, same thing here in the corridor, first in time, first and right. Rest you, too bad, so sad clause applies. So I think we have to do get a real understanding of what this means to bring this type of business into our Highway 2A industrial corridor. So more homework on our part, however we do it, whether it's a process we develop, or again, it's finding out if they are underreporting, what is the actual use. So we just stay trued up to what the impact really is. So we're planning now and we're putting something in place for what looks to be coming online throughout the entire province and world. So what do we need to do to prepare for that? And that comes with that cost analysis, that comes with the understanding of at least what services are going to be demanded. And that's where our jurisdiction is, but the power is the impact essentially for all businesses to operate in the area that we're trying to attract them to. So I think we need a better understanding. And even if we start to go through economic development processes to try to draw in other types of businesses, well, we have to understand what this one is because it's such a big user of our services. So I hope that answers. It's really just us having to work on it. And then if we can capture something in some of the statements here from the point of view of regulation, so those who are applying know what we're asking for to flesh out some of these things in some way, great. But from our end, I think we have a lot more to learn and to gather for information before we can even start approving. We probably should have done this before we approved the first one. And that has such huge impact on us. And then now that we're going to see obviously level 1 to whatever level we choose coming in, we need to understand what that is, because even the microgeneration was just under review. So that in itself has a certain threshold. So once we become acquainted with that, we have to become an expert in this, because power seems to be something that municipalities are all partaking in. And if we're going to approve it, we should understand it to another level. I know that might be through asking consultants or some other means, but I think we need to understand it before our council has the capacity to approve any of these things. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh, did you have more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess just to knock on to the chair to what's been supplied, I don't know if we're in our lane there. Like, this is kind of coming down to the ESO and the AUC. So I'm thinking that it's not really addressed by this definition change. I don't think we can capture it there. I think we have to go after the ESO and AUC to keep us appraised of what our electrical situation is, how much power we have available, and somehow build it into that process is my shot in the dark. I don't know. The applicant is going to have to apply to them first. So I don't know if it's as simple as getting a report from from the ESO officer as to what's going to be used and if that's appropriate. So those are my comments on that. And then quickly through the chair to CAO Payne, if we were franchised, does that change the order of things? If the municipality was franchised as a town is, then does that give us more insight into power usage and the rest of the questions afoot here? Does that broaden the municipality's scope beyond water and sewer?
Go ahead, CO Payne, if you.
It's a deep question, but I wouldn't say it would broaden the county's ability to be involved. So in towns and cities where there's a franchise fee charge, that's a charge that sits on top of a utility charge on somebody's invoice. The county's chosen not to do that because it's been seen as an indirect form of taxation that many cities and towns are undertaking. So we haven't done that in the past. My understanding though is that it does, going through that process does not actually provide you with any broader scope of input or regulatory sort of input on power decisions. No.
Okay. We'll go to Deputy Director Granson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to touch on the capacities. So being that this is kind of the type 1, these are the thresholds that the provincial entities have identified are not really of concern. They don't require an approval from them. So I believe the intent is to try to allow an avenue for us to consider those small scale applications. Within an application, it would get circulated to the utility provider. And then they would provide comment back to us. If there's capacity to take them on, then they would provide back no comment. We do that with subdivision applications. We do that with any other business, whether it's a low user or a higher user like a welding shop. They would provide us with insight on whether they have capacity to deal with that. And them as the service provider can make that call whether they can provide the service or if they need to upgrade their service in order to provide that. And I think the same goes for our utilities as well with the water and wastewater in the 2A corridor, where we are the service provider, so we can determine appropriate rates for users and consumption. I think it's a little easier. We could potentially look at water. While we are looking at water, that's in there for them to identify the capacity that they'll need. And if they are consuming more than they're approved for, then we either address that through the billing or through the development permit itself. So those conditions of the approval will outline what they're permitted to use. But really from the utility perspective, I think it's the utility supplier's determination on whether they have capacity. And if it is a threshold beyond these exemptions, then it would certainly go to those provincial agencies to determine that. So I'd say it certainly is a consideration, but I don't think it's something we can really address through the land use bylaw or the development permit process, because we're not this energy supplier. We're not the service provider for that use. So anyway.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you for all the conversation. When we're planning and we have our economic development committee and we're looking at the future of that and whether it's offsite levies or utility planning and looking at our capacity for water and wastewater, those are things that we're all trying to keep in mind. So I think electricity needs to be one of them. It's not our lane, but it is where, we are planning to attract business. We need to have an awareness of that. So it could be maybe on that homework list for investigation for our future planning for this area, and particularly where we have everything from fiber to servicing coming up and online here within a year or two. So something to consider when, whether it's transportation, overall transportation and access and all that, just as part of the story, that we're hoping to be somewhat organized on that. So we somehow have to draw that in, but in relation to today's general regulations and application requirements, there may be an opportunity for us to capture some of our concerns, at least maybe with some minor amendments to include some of those impacts. And one in particular, which was raised earlier, was the pollution aspect of and the amount of usage of backup generation. If it happens to be diesel, if it happens to be battery backup, then we have to be concerned about impact for fire department response and all those related issues. But just to try to bring in some of those were mentioned from some of the other communities, and the other issues are certainly to be made aware of, because we will have the approval process to go through. And when we do have that, not only do we have the general regulations written out for us, the application requirements, but we will hopefully have the latest story on the technology at the time when we're looking at an application that comes before council. So I hope we can capture some of the smaller things in Arlene in what you're writing here today, and just create a really good awareness for us on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. So Planner Carr, I've seen your pen just going and going, and I'm not sure how many pages of notes you've got, but just in terms of process, so if council were to give first reading to this today, you would take forward the comments and concerns and possibly some revisions before bringing back for second and third. Is that the process then?
Yes, that would be one way we could approach it for sure. First reading, come back. It would be nice to have a unified kind of idea of what exactly you want for amendments to come back, but we can take it away and just go based on all comments and concerns and come back to you with something that may resolve some of the concerns, if that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, a point of clarification through the chair to the planning officer. So when I'm reading through this and I read through D, a noise impact assessment prepared by a qualified acoustic engineer demonstrating compliance with municipal noise limits. So sorry, we don't have a, is that a strike that out because we don't have a noise bylaw?
Yes.
Okay. So
yeah, sorry, that's
so we'll be relying on the noise limits and applicable provincial guidance. So that makes complete sense to me. So so thank you for that. And then it's through the chair back to Councillor Ohl. I guess I'm looking at F, documentation confirming electrical supply arrangements, including the electrical supply arrangements. It's contained within what's being proposed by administration here. So kind of cutting to the chase, the same as the planning department here. What specifically are you looking for in addition to A to K?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So maybe we could flesh that out to include the type of backup system, more details on the type of backup. So that would be letter F. Possibly. Yeah, I maybe they can even talk about capacity if we put it back on them. Maybe there's some report that they have the arrangements, so it's more than the arrangements. It's the actual capacity. So I don't know if we can potentially put that back on them as well.
Okay. Any more, Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to Deputy Reeve. Oh, so did I capture that right? So your suggestion was an L, and that was specific to if they're using any other power sources other than ASO. You wanted that delineated? Was that the recommendation there? So if they're going to use nuclear power, then that needs to be made perfectly clear to the municipality.
Sure, thank you. It relates to both F and then J. I guess it's the emergency response plan. So the F part would be, again, identifying all aspects of the power in and out, on site versus feeding back to the grid, any of those scenarios, because there's all these different scenarios that they can pick. And then the ones in particular here are under the exemptions, which were noted earlier. So some of them may not fit within the reporting requirement, but they do have to let us know. So that's my understanding, is that even though they may be under an exemption, they still have to report it. So I think we should be a recipient of the report as well, of all of the different things that they plan to do, just because we need to gain an understanding of what they're doing and then look at the overall cumulative effect of these coming online. Thanks.
Okay. So we're getting this narrowed down. Just question to Ledge Services. So there's nobody from the public that has submitted or wants to be part of this? No. Okay. So I guess we can close the public hearing and then come back to this. So we will close the public hearing. Do we need to pause to get to a different Zoom? We're good to just carry on. Okay. So council, it is, I guess, decision time. Do we want to give first reading and look forward to some of these changes come back, or we want to just postpone and have it come back, or what were we wanting to do? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we got the clarity that had been needed there through the chair to Councillor Ohl. I think we covered off your concerns, or was there one more in there that we missed? I think we're good, aren't we? Was the power usage? We've talked about acoustical noise, that's covered off. Did you have one other concern in there?
Thank you. Through the chair, 10.29.13. So that's application requirements, but also if we could identify somehow, all this statement says is the development shall be designed to minimize demand on municipal water, wastewater, and road infrastructure, but we might indicate other utility impacts or something like that. I think somehow to register the concern about being aware about that. And do we have air pollution in here at all? Because one of the things that has happened is the running of diesel generators, which has an impact to everybody nearby. So that's just one form, but it seems to be one that might be a reality.
In terms of noise or in
So
terms of
that
emissions?
would be, that could be noise too, but that we've got something covering noise, but perhaps we have to look at adding air. So air, and then so 10.29.13 would be related to the other other utilities or other uses, as I just previously stated, but then maybe additionally something to do with air quality. So those would be the two that would cover those just at a very high level. Hope that answers.
Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking through 1029.14. So A subsection 4, any equipment used for energy production. So that would cover off like any other diesel generators or any other things that were added into the development permit. And it also speaks to stacks. Where did I see that? Something about stacks in there. And ventilation stacks is also in 4, all proposed building structures, including CCAM's ventilation stacks. I don't think that's specific to environment, but it would speak to the need for stacks and why. You know, I think we're kind of, I think Corinne has done, or Ms. Scar has done a great job on this.
Okay, I'll go to Deputy Director Ransom.
Thank you through the chair. Just to touch on some of the concerns. So we do have a definition for nuisance, which is addressed within the development officer's discretion when considering an application. So section 5.5.2 of the land use bylaw states that in determining the significance of the adverse effects or nuisance factor, a development officer may consider. And then there's several subpoints. So expected magnitude or consequences of the effect of the nuisance, frequency, duration, exposure of the nuisance, sensitivity of adjacent or nearby sites. And then, so those in general nuisance are typically already addressed through a development permit, and nuisances do include noise, smoke, dust, odor, heat, light, fumes, fire, or explosive hazard. So that applies to any development. So I think the reason that it's not specifically stated within this section is that it's already a general requirement. Now we can, when we're collecting application requirements, we can have them identify what their expected nuisances are, and through that have noise with any development permit application. We also require them to identify if they're going to be producing smoke or odor or anything like that. So I think those have been addressed. And I believe that was the intent of not really addressing them in here, is that they're already generally addressed.
Okay, so I think we got things covered. So I'd look for a motion then. Perhaps a motion for first reading, and then these suggested revisions can be brought forward at second, or any other motion deemed appropriate. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that we progress with this, so I'm happy to give you the motion for first with the recommended changes in hand to come back at second. Thank you.
Thank you for that motion. Anything else before I call the question? All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready on accounts? Not yet? Okay. I think there are a couple of things in closed, so I would look for a motion to go into closed. Anybody want to give a motion? Anybody want to give a motion to go into closed? From Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, final item for today would be the accounts. So we do have actually 3 weeks worth of accounts before us. Today is November 5th. Any questions or comments on accounts? If not, I would look for a motion to approve.
That motion.
Councillor Callister gives us that motion. Okay. So no questions. Okay, so motion to approve accounts for November 5. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. So we also have October 22 and 29 that we saw in the email. So I'd look for a motion to approve accounts for October 22.
Somebody who reviewed them.
Nobody reviewed them, just the email.
I'll just.
Anybody for October 22 accounts? Oh no, I guess you weren't. Okay, Deputy Reeve will give us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, and October 29th.
Provide a motion for October.
Deputy Reeve gives us that motion. Thank you. And all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. So that concludes our agenda for today. If nobody has anything else, I'd look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor McHugh gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. See you next week.